Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Son of the Sun in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 81. A problem uprooted. Or a solution for today, a problem for tomorrow. Akatsuki Lair, unknown location. After a rather long trip in order to escape from the land of lightning, Kisame and Deidara managed to reach their destination. For the most part, their prey, Killer Bee, had remained unconscious. The two Akatsuki members, however, made sure to check him frequently in order to ascertain that he was still alive. And now, it was finally time for the organization to claim its seventh-tailed beasts. On top of Kisame and Deidara, 6 shadowy astral projections were present in the underground cavern. The one member missing, though, soon became evident. "Where is Orochimaru?" Deidara asked. "I was going to ask that as well," Pain interceded. "I've been unable to contact him for the past few hours. Such thing would only be possible if he either died, or took off his ring." Tonari, Konan spoke, grabbing the Atsutsuki's attention. "Do you know anything about this?" The Tenseigan wielder merely shook his head. "After capturing the 4 tails and helping to seal it, Orochimaru and I went our separate ways until the time to be recalled came. I'm afraid I have no idea of his whereabouts. Orochimaru wouldn't dare betray us." The black half of Zetsu shouted, sounding beyond enraged. "I wouldn't put past that snake to do so," Obito replied, sounding only mildly disappointed. "He was a formidable asset, one that served us well, but keeping him under control was becoming increasingly difficult. So, what are we going to do? Hunt him down?" Kisame asked, sounding almost eager to volunteer for the job. "For the time being, our mission comes first," Pain declared. "Once we seal this tailed beast, only the ones from Konoha remain. We can't allow Orochimaru to distract us from our goal when it's so close to completion." "Yes. Orochimaru shall be punished as he deserves once we are done with the tailed beasts," Konan agreed. "Now, let's not waste any more time," Pain continued, as he made several hand seals, before slamming his hand into the ground. Summoning Jutsu, demonic statue of the outer path. As usual, the gigantic statue slowly emerged from underground, its head and hands sticking above the ground, with the rest of its body still hidden. All Akatsuki took their place at the top of each finger. "Without Orochimaru, the extraction process is going to be even longer," Zetsu's white half complained. "All the more reasons to work harder than usual. Now let's begin." Kyumigakur, Raikage Citadel. "What?" The Raikage roared, upon hearing the news. "Killer Bee has been kidnapped?" "Who? How?" It was Akatsuki again. The Kyumo Jonin delivering the news, was kneeling in front of the Raikage, his whole body trembling with fear, which became bigger as the Raikage's rage grew. "Why yes, Raikage-sama," K confirmed. "We identified them as Deidara, from Iwagakur, and Kisame, from Kirigakur. My partner, J, stayed behind in order to follow them to their lair." The third person present in the office, a dark-skinned woman with pale blonde hair, wearing a formal green kimono, while holding a few folders, spoke up. "Kisame and Deidara, our spies told us those two were also behind the abduction of the 4th Mizukage," the woman said. "Who cares who did it, Mabi?" The Raikage roared, as he split his desk table in a single chop, sending several stacks of papers flying, making K flinch, but the woman remained unfazed. "I want to know how the hell did they find Killer Bee's hiding place? That's after we rescue him. Mabi, gather a rescue team immediately. Put the best ninjas we have. Every other mission is secondary." Mabi merely sighed, and started to pick up all the papers her boss had scattered around the room. "I shall do so as soon as we have word of J-san from Akatsuki's location," Mabi agreed with a nod, before turning at the quivering ninja. "K-san, is that all you have to report?" "Yes, Mabi-san, Raikage-sama," the Jonin replied. "In that case, you're dismissed," Mabi said, much to the Jonin's relief, who wasted no time and left the office as fast as he could. She then turned around, and saw her boss looking through the window at the village before him. His burst of rage appeared to have subsided. Appeared being the key word. "Raikage-sama, at the risk of sounding defeatist, there's a high chance that, By the time we track Killer B-san's location, it may be too late. She could hear the Raikage sighing heavily. I'm aware of that, Mabby. But I have to do everything in my hand to bring him home safe. Besides, it's not impossible. We know the Kazekage's brat was rescued from their grasp. Yes, but they did so at the cost of the tailed beast inside him, Mabby countered. How the host managed to survive the extraction process is beyond me. I don't care about the 8 tails in the slightest, the Raikage stated, as his hands clenched into fists. I'm also going to make sure those bastards paid for what they did. For both B and Yujito. Does that mean? The Raikage turned around, and nodded. Once you're done forming B's rescue team, summon other 4 teams and send them to each of the other 4 great villages. I'm going to summon a Cage Summit. Konoha, Hokage's office. Hey there. The door of Jiraiya's office opened as somebody entered. Normally, nobody would be able to enter the office without Jiraiya's explicit approval. The Sannin only had to give the order, and the Umbu hidden around him would spring to action and either kick out the intruder, or if the situation demanded, swiftly remove their head from the rest of their body. Naturally, all the people named Tsunade were exempt from such thing. Hey there, Jiraiya echoed, though his greeting carried far less energy. The Hokage was now swamped in paperwork, due to the chaos that Danzo's stunt had created in the village. Tsunade pulled out a bottle of sake and a couple of small cups from under her haori. You look stressed, Tsunade observed, as she placed the bottle and cups in the desk, before moving a couple of stack of papers in order to make some room. Do you want to take a break over a drink? Yes. Yes please, Jiraiya sounded almost desperate. Tsunade chuckled, as she poured some sake into the cups. That bad? The slug Sannin asked. Even worse, Jiraiya said, groaning. We managed to capture a lot of Danzo's cronies, but just as many escaped. We managed to follow his trail to Orochimaru's old lair in the Land of Sound just as Shisui said, but they had moved from there by the time the combat teams arrived. Danzo still has a moderate force under his command, and his alliance with Orochimaru and the Akatsuki exposed, he now presents a huge threat to the village. Boy, no wonder you're so stressed, Tsunade said, as she was about to pick her cup, but Jiraiya was faster and picked it first alongside his, before downing both of them in 2 big gulps. Whoa, there. One was for me, you know. Tsunade protested, as she went to refill the cups. Sorry, but like I said before, this is a goddamn nightmare, Jiraiya replied. I know that guy was shady, but to think that his manipulations reached so far. Why did you keep him running the Black Ops, then? Tsunade asked. Because, as far as I remember, not even Sensei trusted him much. The main reason? Because after the Uchiha insurrection, he was pretty much untouchable, Jiraiya told her. He was the most vocal and distrustful of the Uchiha, so when they rebelled, they proved him right. If it wasn't for our fame, as well as Sensei's former teammates not supporting him, he had a good shot at becoming Hokage. But then again, I should have kept him under a shorter leash. I was so focused on keeping Naruto safe and dealing with the Akatsuki that the thought that Danzo might have been overstepping his boundaries never crossed my mind, Jiraiya admitted, before he poured himself another cup of sake. You know, drinking on the job is not very Hokage-like. Yeah, as if you wouldn't do the same should you got the hat instead, Jiraiya said, as he downed the second cup. This time, however, he drank it slowly. I have to admit you got a point, Tsunade agreed with a shrug, as she drank from her cup as well. Though I admit Shizun would have confiscated any alcohol I had here. Jiraiya shot his wife a knowing smirk. Why do you think I decided to make her a Jonin sensei? I don't think I'd be able to write my novels with her around all the time. Even if I do use clones to work faster on the paperwork. You cheeky bastard, Tsunade laughed. But yeah, thanks for this. These past couple of days have been a nightmare, Jiraiya said. By the way, shouldn't you be in the hospital? I should, Tsunade admitted. But it's kind of a slow day, and I had the feeling that you needed some company. Bless your intuition, Jiraiya thanked, before downing another cup of sake. How is Hagane? Any signs of improvement? Tsunade shook her head. His constants are stable, and doesn't appear to be in any immediate risk. But he's still in a coma. Not even I know when he'll wake up. Jiraiya sighed in resignation. I see. What are you going to do with his team? Have you thought in placing a substitute? Tsunade asked. For the time being, I put the team on standby, just in case Hagane wakes up, Jiraiya said. Plus I don't think Kaida and Hanabi would take kindly to a replacement so soon. Replacements are rarely welcomed, unless the team in question was unbelievably dysfunctional, Tsunade agreed. Especially with Hanabi's kidnapping attempt still so recent. Thank goodness neither she nor the others were taken away for good. Man, that team is cursed. With Hanabi, now all three of them had been kidnapped at one point or another for their bloodline limits, Jiraiya observed. Not to mention what they did with their Jonin sensei, Tsunade added. Maybe we should have put them on different teams? Because so many powerful blood limits on a single team is inviting for disaster. If we spread them, we would only increase the number of targets on the back of our teams, Jiraiya countered, before changing the topic. Also, how are the kidnapping victims? Are they okay? Jiraiya asked. Rin and Hanabi are fine, thank goodness, as well as Shizun's kids, Tsunade said, her hand clenching into a fist when the still recent memory of her grandkids being abducted resurfaced. It seems Danzo instructed his drones not to harm the victims in any way, and lucky for us, they followed those orders as best as they could, Jiraiya said. Still, that makes little to soften their crimes, Tsunade replied, her face turning a little red. The next time Danzo shows his face, I'm going to beat it so hard, not even the best surgeon will be able to rebuild it. I hope you don't mind if I join you, Haim, Jiraiya agreed. First our kids, now our grandkids, man, given that he's with a Hyuga, I'm afraid to think what's going to happen when Naruto has kids of his own. Let's worry about that in the future, Tsunade said with a hand wave. I'd be more worried if Naruto knocked up Hinata right now. Naruto watched as Hinata held the baby in her arms, gently rocking her into a peaceful sleep. It was indeed a really beautiful image. Boy, you're a natural, Naruto praised her. Well, given that my mom was busy running the clan, I had to help her a lot with raising Hanabi-chan, Hinata replied. Though she wasn't this little when I got more involved in her upbringing. Still, seeing you like that makes me think you'd make an awesome mother, Naruto praised again. Mother. Hinata stuttered, as her cheeks turned pink. Naruto-kun, it's too soon for dash. Haha, calm down. I don't mean now. The blonde laughed. I mean in the far future, once we're done with all this shit. Oh. I guess I got carried away. Again, Hinata admitted, his blush receding, but not completely disappearing. Yes, it would be wonderful if we had kids of our own one day. I think you'd also make for a great father, Naruto-kun. You think so? Thanks. Naruto replied, grinning at her. Of course, you made a wonderful job taking care of your little siblings as well. They pretty much kiss the ground you walk on, Hinata said. That moment, Haku entered the room. The ice ninja looked a bit exhausted. Okay, it took some time, but I managed to get Shiro-kun to sleep, Haku said, sounding a bit tired. Did you guys expect to go back to do D-rank missions after being promoted? Because that was exactly what they were doing. Not a personal favor to Naruto's surrogate sister, but an actual remunerated mission sanctioned by the Hokage. Shizun had insisted vehemently for a team of Jonin or special Jonin to take care of her children from now onwards, and if possible, somebody who had her complete trust, such as Naruto and his friends. Despite the fact that Danzo's goons coming back for a second kidnapping attempt were pretty much minimal, Jiraiya was unable to make her change her mind. Let's hope Shizun Nichan doesn't get all overprotective of them now, Naruto said, shaking her head. Give her some time. It's only natural that she feels apprehensive right now given what happened, Haku replied. Her and Shisui-san's failure in bringing down Danzo had to exacerbate her fear for her children. You know, I'm kind of happy that Shisui and Shizun Nichan failed to kill Danzo, Naruto said, much to Hinata and Haku's surprise. That way, I'll be able to do that myself. The bastard was leaking information on the Jinchuriki key to the Akatsuki. Not only Yotakata and Rashi could be very much alive right now, but you two almost died fighting against pain, and Hagani is in a coma because of Tonari. Danzo's hands are stained by not only the blood of the Jinchuriki, but of all the people who were wounded or killed by the Akatsuki he helped. I can't believe one of Konoha's esteemed elders was a traitor, Hinata murmured. What does that say about us? About our village? To let such a monumental betrayal to happen. You'd think that, after the Uchiha insurrection was suppressed, other potential traitors would take the hint, Naruto grumbled. Apparently, that wasn't enough. Given that he escaped, it's obvious that that man will come back to finish the job. Even if he might not try to kidnap bloodline limit possessing individuals, that man had a plan, and we better get prepared for when he comes back, Haku interceded, before he looked at Naruto. Naruto-kun, did Hokage-sama told you anything about that man? Naruto shrugged, and slumped his shoulders. Not much, Dad hated his guts and didn't like to talk about him. All I know is that he and the old man Hokage used to be rivals, and always opposed any initiative that involved allying with another village, or strengthening the bonds we had with an already allied village. He was of the belief that alliances shouldn't be trusted, and that a friend today can become tomorrow's foe. What a jaded outlook on life, Hinata lamented. Wonder what kind of experiences he went through to develop such a pessimistic view on humanity as a whole. Hearing that, it's a miracle that all of our alliances managed to survive like they did, Haku said. Hey, I'm remembering something, Hinata said. Sakura-san and Ino-san talked about a socially awkward pale boy who was in Umbu and came with us to help Mei-san win the civil war. Said boy turned out to be a root agent working for Danzo. It is possible that Danzo sent him to sabotage any future relationship between both villages. Though it seems he didn't find the opportunity to do so, Haku concluded. Fortunately for us. Wait, you mean that guy that hanged out with Ino all the time? Naruto asked. He was a root agent? Did Ino know about that? It appears that she did. I talked with Ino-san, and the reason they appeared to be so close is because Hokage-sama knew that boy worked for Danzo, and thought he could use Ino as a counter-spy, Hinata recounted. Though I do believe Ino-san did develop feelings for that boy. Boy, now I understand why Ino met with Dad on her own so often, Naruto said in realization. It would have been another thing if it was her whole team, but Ino alone? And Dad didn't tell me anything. He probably didn't want to risk any leaks, Haku interceded. The less people know about a mission, the less chances the enemy has to learn about it. Guess that makes some sense. Naruto grumbled in resignation, as he crossed his arms. After the Pain fiasco, he didn't take very kind to his adoptive father keeping secrets for him. Though he had to admit that in this case it was necessary. I guess he's in jail right now. Torture and Interrogation Department, underground cells. Indeed, Sai was now locked inside a cell. While other people might have gone over all sort of emotions upon finding in such predicament, it wasn't Sai's case. He was a root agent, he had long accepted that his life could end at any moment, and that it was preferable for him to die than let his enemies capture him and be interrogated. Yet I let Ino capture me, Sai mumbled aloud. Why? Why did I do it? Was because I afraid to die? Or it was something else? Not that it mattered anymore. A team of Yamanaka, Ino among them, had already scanned every second of his memory in order to look information on Danzo. Not that they found much, since Sai, young as it was, wasn't exactly high in the root hierarchy. Hey! Sai was snapped from his thoughts by the harsh voice of a lizard-masked Umbu, who was standing in front of his cell door. Yes. Sai asked. You have visit, traitor, the Umbu said, much to the pale boy's surprise, before he opened the cell door, and Ino walked in. Whenever you're done, call for us, Yamanaka-san. And if he tries to attempt anything funny, shout and we will be here in an instant. That won't be necessary, Ino told the Umbu. I already proven who's the stronger of the two. Besides, he's wearing chakra-suppressing monocles, right? Even then, being cautious won't hurt, the Umbu said, before locking the door once Ino was inside. I'll return in half an hour. Very well then, Ino said, before turning her eyes towards the prisoner. Hello, Sai. How are you? Good, I guess, the root agent replied, sounding as calm as usual. He raised his head, and looked at Ino in the eyes. "Why are you here?" "I wanted to talk with you," Ino replied, crossed his arms. "I thought you could figure as much. I asked because every corner of my mind had already been scanned by both you and your clansmen working at T&I, Sai explained. "So you aren't going to learn anything new with a further interrogation?" Ino rolled her eyes, and let out a small groan. "I said I came here to talk, not to interrogate you." "You wish to make small talk with me?" Sai asked, sounding genuinely curious. "Not small talk," Ino said, growing exasperated. "Then what?" Sai asked again. "I want to understand you better. I want to know how somebody who went through the root brainwashing thinks," Ino said. "So when the time comes, we will be able to undo it." "So, you don't plan to execute me, nor any of my fellow root agents?" Sai asked, genuinely surprised. "No. We do know that your complicity with Danzo wasn't voluntary, at least for most of you," Ino explained. "Hokage-sama thinks that executing a ninja for the crimes of another is something morally reprehensible to do. And frankly, I agree. See? This is why Jiraiya isn't fit to be Hokage," Sai retorted. "Instead of disposing of his enemies, he lets them live, allowing them another chance to strike him down again. Or maybe allowing them a chance to see the error of their ways and turn a new leaf," Ino countered, as she crossed her arms. "Sentimentalism has no room in a ninja village. A Hokage must do what's best for Konoha," Sai retorted. "So that's it? That's how Danzo justifies acting behind the Hokage's back?" Ino asked. "Yes. If the Hokage doesn't act in the interest of the village dash. And who decides that? You? Danzo? Does he know better than the Hokage?" Ino asked in rapid fashion. Because that would be quite rich coming from a man that had always been passed over for the position when it had been vacant. Not to mention his alliances with sworn enemies of the village, like Orochimaru, or the Akatsuki. Orochimaru and the Akatsuki were merely pawns in Danzo's plan. They would have been disposed once they no longer were of any use, Sai told her. Ino rolled her eyes once again. "Yeah, Shisui learned as much from your boss. On top of being power-hungry, Danzo is also a fool that underestimates our enemies." "Why are you here, Ino?" Sai asked, seemingly growing bored of the back and forth. "What are you planning to do?" "I won't change my mind." "Yes. Yes you will," Ino replied, sure of herself. "Danzo didn't strip you of your whole humanity. There's still something there, buried between layers of brainwashing and mental conditioning. And I plan to bring it to the surface." "How are you so sure?" Sai asked. "Because if you were as much as a drone as Danzo hoped to make you, you wouldn't be alive," Ino replied. "Remember our fight? I littered the ground with explosive tags. You could have stepped on any of them, and end it. Hell, you could have tried to trigger as many as possible with the hope of taking me down with you." Sai didn't say anything. He merely lowered his head, averting his gaze. "You yourself told me that you didn't want to die, even if it's what Danzo would have expected out of you in such situation," Ino continued. "How does that make you feel, Sai? The fact that a man ordered your death against your wishes, simply because you failed your task." Sai remained silent. Ino then decided to play her last card. "I know about Shin," she replied. This appeared to elicit some sort of reaction from Sai, but he quickly masked it. "Of course you do. You scanned my mind," Sai dryly said. "I know that you loved him like a brother," Ino continued. "And I know that you didn't take kindly when Danzo ordered the two of you to kill each other. Shin's illness solved the dilemma. But even then, without Danzo, the two of you could have lived. Tsunade-sama could have treated him. You must know that, and there's no way you can't not resent Danzo for it." Once again, silence was Sai's response. Ino decided that that was enough. "I see you're no longer in the mood for talking," Ino concluded. "I'll leave now. Though don't think for a second that I'm not coming back." Ino called the Umbu outside to open the cell door, allowing her out before being closed again, leaving Sai alone with his thoughts. Konoha Hospital. Despite the kidnapping attempt, Rin declined the Hokage's offer of a few spare days in order to recover from the experience, and decided to dutifully continue her job at the hospital. While being kidnapped is indeed a distressing experience, it kind of loses impact when you have been literally killed. Though then again, it wasn't even the first time Rin was kidnapped. She felt happy that this time she didn't end with a tailed beast sealed inside. Then again, for Rin her job at the hospital was therapeutic, as the sheer monotony filled her with nothing but calmness, something she desperately craved after coming back to life. The hours went by as she checked on the patients she had assigned with. She then noticed that the door of the patient she was about to check next was ajar. She knew that room, it was where the Hokage's youngest son was. Opening the door a little, she was relieved that the white-haired boy was still there. There was also a brown-haired man wearing the standard Konoha uniform sitting in a chair besides the bed. Hello, Rin said, as she entered. The man turned around, and smiled a little. Oh, hello there. I came here to check on Hagane-kun, Rin stated. Understood, the man said, as he stood up, and walked towards the door. I'll come back later. You don't need to leave, you know, Rin said, as she walked towards the unconscious Hagane. I'm not going to take that long. Oh, I see, the brown-haired man said. I'll make sure not to get in the way of your job. Thanks for your consideration, Rin said, as she started checking Hagane. Just like the medic Nin promised, she didn't take long. Hagane didn't show any change. At the very least, he was stable. Hopefully he would wake up in some time. After that, she changed the intravenous drip bag for a new one, and updated the report on his status. Okay, done, Rin said. How is he? The man asked. Same as yesterday, and as the past week, Rin replied. The man looked downcast. At the very least, he isn't getting any worse. No. Guess that's something to be grateful about, the man agreed. By the way, may I ask you something? Rin asked. The man nodded. What are you to this boy? I don't think you're his family. You're right. I'm his Jonin sensei. Name's Tenzo, by the way, the man, Tenzo, introduced himself. Rin Nohara, the medic Nin replied, bowing her head a little. I see. It has to be hard seeing your student in such a state. You have no idea, Tenzo sorrowfully replied. There's no day in which I don't wonder what could have I done to save him. Because you have no idea what this kid went through. How he survived, I'll never understand. Rin wondered how Minato-sensei felt when he heard about what happened to Obito and later herself. She was there when Kakashi told him the outcome of the mission of Konobe Bridge. When he heard the news, the man merely smiled, and told them, Obito's death is indeed tragic, but I'm glad that you two came out alive. At first, Rin thought that reaction was cold. But then he realized that Minato was merely masking his emotions in order not to upset them any further. Only Kushina knew how he truly reacted, spending the next night crying, and blaming himself for Obito's death. You said your name was Rin Nohara? Tenzo asked. As in, Kakashi-senpai's teammate. The one who came back from the dead, yes, Rin replied. It seems like that was becoming her most prominent identitary trait, regardless how much she liked it. It wasn't until a few seconds that Rin noticed the way the man addressed Kakashi. You said Kakashi-senpai. Yes, from our days at Umbu, the man replied. I don't know if Kakashi-senpai told you, but he became an Umbu for a few years after your tragic loss. I see, Rin said. And no, he didn't tell me anything. I think talking about that period of his life causes him pain, and honestly, I can see why. Say, this may sound a bit sudden but, do you have a moment to talk with me? Tenzo asked. I've been wanting to talk with you about certain topics, but I never had the chance. Well, you have me here. Now's your chance, Rin said, smiling. I'd prefer if we went to talk somewhere else, Tenzo said. Say, care to join me for a walk? The park behind the hospital would be a perfect place for a little talk. Okay. I think I could use a break, Rin said, as she and Tenzo left the room together. A few minutes later, they arrived at the park. Given the time of the day, it was mostly deserted. And quiet, very quiet, with only the chirping of the birds filling the air. Maybe that's why Tenzo chose it. Something Rin deeply appreciated. Tenzo then started to walk towards the grass, and much to her confusion, started to make hand seals. Then, to her even greater confusion and now shock, a bench of wood emerged from the ground. Tenzo took a seat, and motioned Rin to sit as well. As you can see, Rin-san, we have something in common that make us, few of a kind, Tenzo said. Rin didn't say anything, and merely sat beside him, her eyes still wide open. I guess you're probably wonder how I got wood release, Tenzo said. Why yes, Rin replied, stammering a little. Do you know Orochimaru of the Sannin? Tenzo asked. Yes, Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama's other teammate, Rin explained. I know he's a missing nin now. Did he have something to do with your wood release? It was thanks to him that I got this power, Tenzo said. Orochimaru gathered 60 small children, orphans all of them so nobody would miss them, and tried to splice their genes with the first Hokage cells. Of the 60 babies, 59 died. I'm the only lucky one who not only survived, but developed wood release. Rin brought her hands to her mouth in horror. That's terrifying. And that was only the beginning, Tenzo said with a nod. Shortly before the third and his forces could dismantle Orochimaru's secret lab, Danzo arrived first, found that I was alive, and took me under his wing, in order to train my power. So, you were a member of Root? Rin asked. Yes. It wasn't a part of my life I cherished the most, Tenzo replied. Thankfully, Kakashi managed to rescue me from that life. Tenzo told Rin how his team clashed with Kakashi and other Umbu a few times, and Kakashi found about Tenzo's bloodline limit. Kakashi was able to convince Tenzo to abandon Root and join actual Umbu under his guidance. I wondered why Danzo never bothered to send any agents to take me back, Tenzo said, as his gaze fixed into the blue sky above. But then again, given that both your and Kaida's wood release is far more refined than mine, I can see why he decided to pass me over. Not that I'm complaining. I knew that Danzo had spies following my moves, Rin revealed. But I didn't know he'd be bold enough to kidnap me like they did. Tenzo opened his eyes wide in surprise. Come again. How did you know that? Ino Yamanaka warned me, Rin replied. During the wedding, she took me to give a short walk. Using her telepathy, she warned me that Danzo had several agents shadowing me, in hopes to acquire some of my DNA. While many people in Konoha wanted to replicate the first's wood release, Danzo was especially fixated with the ability, Tenzo mentioned. And given what Shisui-san and Shizun-san told us, now we know why. There's something I don't understand, Rin said, as she grabbed the hem of her skirt. Why did the Hokages let this happen? Why did they let Danzo do as he pleases? Why did they let him have his own army not loyal to Konoha or the Hokage, but him? Because Root is Konoha's Black Ops division, Tenzo replied. Root carried missions that were beneficial to the village, but that the Hokage couldn't be seen approving. That's why Root members hide their identity, and don't wear headbands or any other symbol that may trace them here. But why? Rin repeated. Imagine this, Tenzo replied. The Fire Lord has a new counselor. Said counselor has a very poor view of ninjas, and is trying to convince the Fire Lord to cut our budget. All our attempts at swaying the Lord to our side fail. That's where Root enters. A few agents would infiltrate him, and kill the counselor. However, they would also make it sure the death was an accident, or frame a third party in order to deflect suspicions. That's awful, Rin said, grimacing in disgust. I can see why our budget is important, but resorting to assassination of a Lord's counselor. It's the dark side of the ninja world, Rin, Tenzo said, sighing a little. That's why Danzo was called the darkness of the ninja. Because he took the duty of carrying all that darkness on his back. That's why the Hokages never bothered him much and let him do his thing as long as he brought results. Danzo's job was something nobody else wanted to do, and it benefited the village, so the Hokages were eager to turn a blind eye on him. Rin's opinions of the past Hokage quickly plummeted. Even if his reign was short-lived, she even wondered if Minato-sensei was aware of all the shady stuff Danzo did, and if he purposefully ignored it, or worse, approved of it. Albeit, in the light of these past events, that was a mistake, Tenzo continued. I'm sure that Jiraiya-sama will close Konoha's Black Ops branch for sure. At least something good is coming out from this debacle, Rin replied. As a realization dawned upon her, she turned her gaze at Tenzo once again. By the way, you worked under Danzo, right? You must know about his lust for power and all the stuff he was doing behind the Hokage's back. I did, Tenzo admitted. But who was going to believe me? Danzo was one of Konoha's elders, and a personal friend of the third. And given his open distrust of the Uchiha, his reputation only grew after the failed insurrection. He used it as a way to criticize the third's way to rule the village, but thankfully he didn't gather enough support to claim the Hokage's hat. And thank goodness, Jiraiya-sama proved to be a popular and competent Kage. Still, given that Danzo is out there, I don't think he's going to give up his ambition of a Konoha under his rule, Rin stated. Tenzo nodded. That's for sure. Let's hope Jiraiya-sama makes his priority his capture and execution. Let's hope, Rin echoed, before standing up. Sorry to end out chat here, but I need to go back to work. It was nice to meet you, Tenzo. The feeling's mutual, Rin-san, Tenzo said, standing up as well. If you ever want to talk, I'm always willing to listen. Downtown Konoha, afternoon. After spending the whole day with training with her students, and bidding them goodbye as each other returned to their respective homes, the black-haired medic Nin did the same. She couldn't wait to arrive home and spend some quality time with Shisui and their children. The training had left her legs a little sore, and she hoped that Shisui would be eager to give her a massage. Then again, Shisui was always eager to do anything if it involved touching a part of her body. Though, if she does a good job, I'll give him a little reward, Shizun said, as she smiled to herself. Maybe I could be the one handcuffed to the bed this time around. Shizun's kinky thoughts were dispelled when she saw something from the corner of her eye that caught her attention. Looking to the side, she saw her friend Kurane, sitting alone in a bar, drinking, and looking miserable. As the red-eyed woman's friend, Shizun's conscience insisted in seeing what was wrong with the genjutsu mistress. I guess Shisui is home already, so no harm if I arrive a little late, Shizun decided, as she stepped inside the bar, and sat near Kurane. If Kurane noticed her presence, the raven-haired woman didn't make it evident. Hey. Hey, Kurane weakly replied, as she emptied her glass. So. Shizun began, as she fidgeted with her fingers, hoping to board the topic with a modicum of tact. I saw you here all by yourself, and decided that you could use some company. Guess I could, Kurane said, her voice carrying a little slur. Another dash. Shizun grabbed Kurane's hand, interrupting her, and shook her head. Better not. Whatever's the problem you're having, I'm sure drinking won't be the solution. I'm not drinking to solve the problem, Kurane retorted. Mostly because this problem has no solution at all. Come on, I'm sure it's not that bad, Shizun insisted. A few hours ago, my babies were in the hands of root ninjas, yet now they're safe at home. So come on, tell me. If you insist, the dejected Kurane replied. Do you remember that, before Naruto and the others, I used to have another student? A girl with a bloodline limit related to genjutsu. Yes. The one who descended from this ancient clan, right? Shizun said, as she remembered. She died in a fire some years ago, didn't she? No, she didn't, Kurane dryly stated. Wait, what? She was there, during the raid, Kurane said. One of Danzo's goons. It was her. I would recognize that kind of genjutsu anywhere, the one capable of fooling even an Uchiha. Shizun brought her hands to her mouth. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Kurane. Here I thought that since they didn't found her body, Yakumo was okay, Kurane slurred, sounding depressed. That she started over somewhere else, because, hey, if Rin came back after having her chest impaled, then anybody can come back from the dead. And now I got my wish. And now I wished she had died during that fire. Because anything's better than being one of Danzo's slave drones. Come on, don't say that, Shizun said, placing a hand on Kurane's shoulder. I'm sure we can rescue her, and undo whatever brainwashing Danzo put her through. You're quite the optimist, aren't you, Shizun-chan? Kurane asked, her lips forming a sad smile. I have to, if you ever want to survive living with Tsunade-sama, Shizun replied, as she stood up, and forced Kurane to do the same. Now come on. First, we'll get you out of here and back home with your family. And tomorrow, we will talk with Hokage-sama about that Yakumo girl, okay? Send your residence, night time. So, how was your day, Naruto? Tsunade asked. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Naruto, and Kaido were having dinner together. They've been eating in silence for quite some time, until the blonde Sannin decided to start a conversation in order to lighten the mood a little. Kind of peaceful, May I said. Back then I used to hate D-rank missions, Naruto replied. But taking care of Shizun Nichin's kids was rather relaxing. Yes. After putting your life on the line against the Akatsuki so many times, it's only natural that you appreciate something far less nerve-wracking, Jiraiya said. And speaking of nerves, I need to find a way to calm Shizun down. I don't want her to blow her money hiring Jonin every day she needs a babysitter. Jiraiya, somebody tried to kidnap her children. Be a little more understanding, Tsunade chastised her husband. He should know better than anybody how does that feel. Plus her children are way too little now. It's not like our kids, who can defend themselves now. Just give her time, Dad, Kaido chimed in. I'm sure she'll get better over time. Guess that's the only thing I can do, until a better idea presents itself, Jiraiya admitted. Though, I do hope that you don't get used to doing D-rank missions much. There's still one Jinchuriki left besides Fu and yourself that needs to be saved from Akatsuki. You can bet I didn't forget about that, Naruto replied. In fact, the babysitting mission gave me some time to think, and I came up with an idea to strengthen our forces. Really? I'm all ears then, son, Jiraiya said, visibly interested. He also got Tsunade's attention as well. Given how powerful Sage Mode is there a chance to teach it to more people? Naruto asked. I'm sure there are quite a few Jonin on Konoha with good chakra control and large chakra pools. Jiraiya's interest was instantly replaced with mild disappointment. Naruto, if it was that easy, don't you think I wouldn't have tried to do that already? Senjutsu can only be learned from the summoned animal tribes. Humans are naturally incapable of feeling nature chakra, Tsunade explained. However, the animals have a way to make humans receptive to nature energy. The toads have their special oil, the slugs have their springs. How do you know that, Mom? Naruto asked. Because I'm a sage too, Tsunade replied, much to Naruto's shock. The Sannin frowned upon seeing Naruto's surprised expression. What? Sure, at first I wasn't very interested in learning it given that Senjutsu is not that useful in a hospital, but after your father returned to Mount Myaboku to complete his training, I wasn't going to fall behind him. So you went and learned an incredibly ancient difficult art to master, just to one-up Dad? An incredulous Kaido asked, before she smiled approvingly. Yeah, I would have done the same. But you still don't have a way to make my idea possible, do you? Naruto asked. The hardest part of your idea would be to give the new apprentices a taste of nature energy. That's what the oil or the springs are for, Tsunade replied. Once done, the human body can sense and gather nature energy without any external help. Damn, the blonde cursed, as he slumped into his chair, dejected. Guess that this isn't as easy as when he Nadaheim and I did that. Naruto trailed off, as an idea formed inside his mind. His eyes grew wide, and his lips curved into a huge smile. Of course, that's it. What is it? Jiraiya asked. Quick, Dad, summon Pa right here. I know how my idea can work. An excited Naruto said, almost in a shout. Kyumigakuer, Raikage's office, next day. As expected, the news of Killer Bee's capture by the Akatsuki hit every ninja in Kyumigakuer like a sledgehammer to their hearts, especially so soon after Yujito's own abduction. Still, other than the Raikage himself, nobody took it worse than Karui, Amwa, and Killer Bee's students. No, it can't be. Karui cried, her hands flying to her mouth. T quickly went to comfort her. This is terrible. Way more terrible than any scenario I can imagine. Amwa said, also shedding some tears as well. What are we going to do? No, Raikage-sama? T asked. For the time being, the only thing we can. While I have my best hunter Nin tracking Killer Bee's whereabouts, I'm going to summon a Cage Summit in order to deal with the threat of Akatsuki, the Raikage stated. He then walked towards Karui and handed her a scroll. You three shall go to Konoha, and give this to the Hokage personally. We won't fail you, Raikage-sama, Karui said with a nod. She wiped her tears, put the scroll inside a pocket on her skirt, and turned towards her two teammates. Raikage-sama tasked us with a mission of utmost importance. We shall not fail him. To Konoha, now. Umwa and T nodded, and followed their now unofficial leader out of the Raikage's office. Akatsuki Lair, unknown location. Turns out, even with Orochimaru's absence, the sealing ritual had ended way sooner than any of the Akatsuki had anticipated. Hee, funny, White Zatsu laughed. Because while they were sealing He Eight Tails, Killer Bee burst into smoke, leaving an octopus tentacle in his place. Zetsu's laugh was followed by a deadly silence, as everybody tried to make sense of what just happened. Pain looked into Kisame and Deidara's general direction. What's the meaning of this? The Akatsuki leader asked. His didn't raise his voice, but they could tell that it was full of anger. Again, neither the Kiri nor Iwa missing Nin replied, at least not immediately. Kisame appeared to be just as amused as Zetsu, while Deidara seemed to be frozen in place. Well, it seems that cheeky bastard pulled our legs, Kisame replied, letting out a chukli. That. Deidara said, his voice trembling. Did you say something, Deidara-san? Kisame asked, looking at the blonde artist. That son of a bitch. Deidara's scream echoed through the underground cavern. How dare that scumbag mock me? How dare he mock my art? When I find him again, I'm going to blow his ass to Kingdom Come. Unfortunately, Deidara, your revenge will have to wait, Pain interceded. What are we going to do now, Pain? Do you have a plan? Konan asked. Because the Jinchuriki key could be pretty much anywhere now. Zetsu, Pain said, looking at the plant man. Your task will be to track the Jinchuriki key of the Eight Tails. Everything else is secondary. Including finding Orochimaru. The Black Half asked, just to be sure. Yes. We can afford to ignore Orochimaru for the time being, but we can't do the same with the remaining Jinchuriki key, Pain explained. Alright. The trail might be a bit cold, but I'll do my best to find him, the White Half said, as his astral projection vanished. What about us? Tonari asked. What should we do until Zetsu-san finds the Eight Tails? I was planning to capture the Jinchuriki key of the 7 and the 9 tails once we were done with the 8 tails, but we can't wait any longer, Pain said. We must capture them, and seal them as soon as possible. Konoha is very protective of their Jinchuriki key, especially in the eyes of our recent actions, Kisame said. Who are going to be the lucky ones to infiltrate Konoha? All of us, Pain replied. And it won't be an infiltration. We will launch an open attack on Konoha, crush anybody who stand in our way, and take the Jinchuriki key by force. Yes. The time of being subtle has passed, Obito agreed, speaking for the first time. We'll attack Konoha in 2 days. I'll pick you up when the time for the attack comes. Make sure you're ready by then. And one by one, all the Akatsuki astral projections vanished, leaving Deidara and Kisame alone with the Eight Tails tentacle. Chapter 82. Sage Training. Or, becoming a sage is such a headache. Training Ground 25. Naruto inspected expectantly the small group of people his father had gathered for his little project. All of them people with very large chakra reserves, as well as minute chakra control. Interestingly, the majority of the group were girls, Shizune, Hinata, Hanabi, Fu, Karen, and Rin. The only men present were Asuma and Shisui. Besides Naruto was Fukazaku, who was also eyeing the group with a critical eye, silently judging if these apprentices had the potential to become sages. When Jiraiya summoned him, and Naruto told him his plan to teach other people senjutsu without having to sign the Toad summoning contract, or any other contract for that matter, the elder Toad was skeptical, but decided to help the blonde with his endeavor. Only time will tell if Naruto was right or not. Alright, is everybody here? I think so, Naruto said, as he cracked his knuckles. Hello, and welcome to Learning Senjutsu Like a Pro. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, your sensei. Naruto said, as he grinned widely, and gave the group a thumbs up. Naruto-kun. Hinata spoke. I think everybody here knows you. Yeah, can we start with the sage thing already? Hanabi impatiently asked. Agreed. I mean, I was so happy when you said that you could teach us in the end, after telling us first that you couldn't. Fu chimed in. What changed your mind? You'll see soon, Naruto said. Now, everybody sit down, forming an horizontal line. Everybody nodded and did so. Once they were all sat on the ground, Naruto started to walk around them. You see, Senjutsu consists in gathering the energy of nature. Energy from the air, the earth, the grass, trees, plants, mountains, you get the gist, Naruto started to explain. And mixing it with your own chakra. To do so, you must feel the nature energy around you, and pull it inside your body. Once you do it, your bodies will be stronger and far more resilient, your jutsu will pack more power, and you'll be able to sense your surroundings as if you were a sensor. Now, let's do a small demonstration. Naruto sat down and started to gather nature energy. Meanwhile, much to everybody else's confusion, Fukazaku grabbed a rather large sealing scroll, and unsealed its contents, several large toad statues, thrice as tall as a human being, with a weight of a couple tons each. In a few minutes, Naruto entered Sage Mode, and walked towards one of the statues. Now, behold! Naruto said, as he placed his hands under the statue. With a mighty heave, the blonde lifted the massive statue above his head as if it weighed nothing. See? And this is nothing but the tip of the iceberg. He said, before letting the statue down again. There was a chorus of oh and whoa, except Fu, who grumbled something that sounded like, I can do that too. So, now that you see what Sage Mode can do, let's get to work. Naruto enthusiastically said. First, you must learn to sense and gather nature energy. Shisui raised his hand. Naruto-sensei? How do we do that? Because I'm not feeling anything. Yeah, me neither, and I'm a sensor. Karen agreed. That's why I was unable to teach you Sage Mode at first. You can only feel nature energy once it has been inside your body, Naruto explained. But in order to do so, you must feel it to begin with, Rin concluded. It's a circular problem. In order to solve that problem, we Myaboku toads use a special oil that, when anointed on the skin, makes the body to draw nature energy on its own. It's used to both give a human a first taste of nature energy, as well as to help the body keep it under control. Unfortunately, said oil can't be taken out of Mount Myaboku, as it instantly evaporates outside of it. However, my brilliant mind developed a solution. Naruto proudly boasted, and clapped twice. 2 clones landed besides him. Said clones were in Sage Mode, given the golden eyes and orange pigmentation around them. Given that I'm an universal chakra donor, I can gather nature energy, then pass it to anybody. That's a pretty clever idea, Naruto-kun. Hinata praised. Naruto beamed with pride. Yeah, why didn't you think about it earlier? We could all be sages by now. Hanabi protested. Naruto instantly deflated, his triumphant smile replaced by a grimace of embarrassment. However, nature energy, if left uncontrolled, can be extremely dangerous. Fukazaku said, bringing the topic back in track. If not properly mixed with your own chakra, you'll suffer horrible mutations. Mutations? Shizun stuttered. What kind of mutations? You'll turn into a toad, Naruto casually say. What? Everybody yelled in unison. And that's not the worst part. Then, you'll turn into a statue, Naruto continued. Permanently. Suddenly, everybody's eyes drifted towards the bunch of toad statues that Fukazaku had brought for the training. Everybody thought that they were just to test their newfound strength, but suddenly their presence took a very sinister meaning. Guessing what they were thinking, Naruto and Fukazaku nodded at them, much to their chagrin. This isn't worth it. Karen said, as she stood up, ready to leave. I'm not going to risk being turned into a statue. Or worse, a toad. Naruto quickly cut Karen's escape, placing himself in front of her. Whoa, there, calm down. Naruto reassured, holding his hands up defensively. We do have the means to stop that from happening. Pa. The old toad nodded, and produced a large black staff from under his cloak. This special staff here can force somebody to release all their gathered nature energy at once, Fukazaku said. So the moment I see one of you starts to mutate, I'll reverse it before it's too late. Now, that's convenient, Asuma observed. But I'm not going to complain. How does it work? He hits you in the head with it, Naruto said, as he instinctively rubbed his head. Asuma raised an eyebrow. Really, really hard. Now that we've covered the basics, let's begin the training. Fukazaku stated. First, Naruto-chan will transfer you some nature energy, so you can experience how it feels firsthand. The clones nodded, and they started to do what Fukazaku said, one by one. As the nature energy was transferred, small marks started to appear around their eyes. The amount transferred was enough to let them feel the energy around them, but not that much as to risk turned into a toad. Can you feel it now? Fukazaku asked. All the energy around you. In the air you breathe, the grass you're sitting on, the ground below it, the trees around us. Yes, yes. Now I can feel it. Shizun said. This sensation is amazing. Whoa, this is nothing I've ever felt before. Karen said. I can feel my sensorial abilities growing even stronger. Yes, Senjutsu grants its user sensorial abilities by default, so it's normal that it would increase those of sensors, Naruto said, nodded. Good. Now that you have a taste of nature energy, try to draw it yourselves. Fukazaku instructed. In order to do so, you need to be perfectly still. You can speed the process with shadow clones, Naruto helpfully added. Though for the time being, use just one. Alright, let's see how well you guys mix nature energy with your chakra. Training Ground 8. Since Naruto and Hinata were busy doing senjutsu training, Kurane and Haku continued their team's usual training routine on their own. Given that they were just the two of them, they decided it was a good opportunity for them to continue Haku's genjutsu training. Right now, sensei and student were engaged in a battle of illusions, creating images inside the other's mind until one of them would give up. Though for an external observed, it would just look like Haku and Kurane were merely standing in front of each other with their hands forming a seal. The battle finally came to an end when Haku fell to one knee. Even if their duel only lasted a couple minutes, it felt like hours for them. Not bad, Haku, Kurane praised the ice ninja. You're getting better each day. I think that you're only a few months away from beating me. It didn't feel like that, Haku said, heaving a little, before standing up once again. Well, I do have more experience than you, Kurane said. But trust my word. You're both talented and a fast learner. The time in which I will have nothing left to teach you draws near. I'll try to measure up to our expectations then, sensei, Haku said with a nod. Kurane walked to a nearby tree, and sat under the shadow of its canopy. Come on, let's take a rest here before we continue, okay? The genjutsu mistress said. Haku just nodded, and sat beside her. They spent a few minutes in comfortable silence, with only the chirps of the birds and the sound of a cool breeze filling the air. Even if Haku hated to interrupt such peaceful calm, he felt the need to ask something to the red-eyed woman. Say, Kurane-sensei. I see that you've been pushing yourself a lot lately, Haku observed. Your genjutsu were far more intense than usual. Why, of course, Kurane replied with a nod, as if Haku had stated something obvious. Just because I'm a sensei doesn't mean there's no more room for improvement. Especially with what's going to come in the near future. Rude. Haku asked. Kurane merely nodded with a soft grunt. Is this also because of Yakumo Kurama? Even if Haku couldn't see it, the light from Kurane's eyes dimmed a little. The raven-haired woman closed her eyes and nodded sadly. After the raid had ended, Kurane had told Naruto, Hinata, and Haku that the masked genjutsu user working for Danzo was Yakumo. Or a member of her clan, but given that she was the only one alive who manifested such brand of genjutsu, there were no other options. Do you feel it's your responsibility to take her down, sensei? Haku asked. It's my fault that she is in such predicament to begin with, Kurane replied. I was her sensei. I should have protected her. Yet I let Danzo fool me into thinking she was dead, and poor Yakumo ended up paying the price. Sensei, what happened to her, while tragic, can't be your fault, Haku rebutted. You told us that the fire happened in her house at night. You weren't there to protect her. There was nothing you could have done. Maybe I could have insisted more in searching her, given that her body was never found, with good reason, Kurane said. But I do know that wallowing in past mistakes solves nothing. What matters is what I can do now. And what I can do is rescue her from Danzo's clutches. Remember that you're part of the assault squad, Kurane-sensei, Haku reminded her. Don't doubt for a second that Hinata-san, Naruto-kun, and myself won't hesitate to be at your side when the time to face Yakumo arrives. Kurane chuckled softly at Haku's eagerness to help. I'd say this is something that I have to do myself, but I've been your sensei for far too long to know that you're going to get involved, no matter what, Kurane replied, leaning her head back against the tree's trunk. Given what we plan to do, it should be wise if you told us about Yakumo's abilities, Haku said. And most importantly, how to counter them. Sure. Though keep in mind that Danzo has been training her for more years than I've been training you, Kurane warned. Her abilities had probably grown way beyond what I remember of them. Still, it's better than nothing, Haku insisted. It will give us a base to fight her, and we'll know what to expect. All right, Kurane nodded. She cleared her throat, before starting her explanation. The Kurama clan were ninjas specialized in genjutsu, thanks to a bloodline limit of theirs. Said bloodline only manifested once every few generations, but once it did, it was extremely easy to recognize it. One of the hints is such a prowess in genjutsu so absolute, training is barely needed to. Training Ground 25. Back with Naruto, the blonde Jinchuriki and Fukazaku continued to oversee the sage trainees. As expected, they were having a lot of trouble properly keeping the nature energy under control, and mutations were common. Twack. Ow. Shizun whined, as she rubbed her head. Naruto-kun, I think you are enjoying this too much. Hey, I'm doing this for your own good. Naruto replied, with a cheeky grin, as he tapped the anti-senjutsu staff against the palm of his other hand. Thankfully, Fukazaku had more than one, so Naruto could use several clones to keep watch over the trainees. You don't want to be a toad, do you? Shizun grumbled, and went back to the exercise. Twack. Ouch. Karen shouted. Do you need to hit that hard? Hey, if you want to stay a toad for the rest of your life, just tell me, another Naruto replied. Twack. 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 Soon, the air was filled by loud protest of the indignant and very sore-in-the-head trainees, complaining about Naruto's forceful methods, while the blonde and his clones tried to justify their actions. The argument was silenced by Fukazaku loudly whistling. Enough. The old toad shouted. Okay, I think it's time to take a break. You won't make much progress if you aren't calmed down. Let's resume the training in half an hour. The trainees nodded, and started to grumble among themselves as they got up and scattered across the nearby surroundings in order to find a good place to rest, and nurse their pained skulls. Naruto, meanwhile, dispelled all his clones. And you, Naruto-chan, should be more careful with the staff, Fukazaku advised in a firm tone. A little tap on the head is enough to release all the nature energy gathered. A little tap on the head? Naruto asked, now him being the one sounding indignant. During my senjutsu training, I'm sure you almost broke my skull. Come on Naruto-chan, don't be such a complainer. A frail old toad like me lacks the strength to cause so much damage, Fukazaku said, shaking his head. Frail old toad my ass. Naruto protested. You showed me the power of senjutsu by lifting a giant ass statue. While Naruto and the elder toad argued about the latter's strength or lack thereof, Shisui and Shizun decided to rest together. Man, Naruto really needs another way to release that pent-up energy, Shisui complained, as he rubbed his head. Care to lend me your magic hands? The black-haired medic nin frowned. Shisui, do not call them by that name out of the bedroom, understood? Shizun asked, as she started to heal Shisui's sore head. What if somebody heard you? Oh come on, if they don't know the context, there's no way they can reach such conclusion, Shisui said, his grin being not so different from Naruto's when he was whacking them with the toad's staff. As Shizun healed Shisui, she started to wonder how much more she'll have to endure Naruto hitting her in the head with that staff. While she never gave much thought over never signing the slug summoning contract, she was now regretting it. Tsunade had lean red senjutsu under them, so it was possible. Plus it was probably much less painful. It was then a realization dawned upon her. Shisui? Shizun asked. Don't you have a summoning contract yourself? Yeah. With crows, Shisui replied. What about it? Couldn't the crows teach you senjutsu? Shizun asked. Shisui's eyes opened wide, and looked at Shizun as if she had confessed being unfaithful to him. Wait, the crows can do that? Shisui asked in shock. I mean, all summoned tribes can use senjutsu, and teach it to humans, Shizun explained. That's how human sages came to be. Didn't you know that? No. Of course not. Shisui shouted, completely indignant. His expression of shock was replaced by a mask of fury, as he clenched both fists, which were vigorously shaking. They could have taught me senjutsu all this time, and here I am, letting Naruto break my head open. Oh, those carrion gobblers have so much explaining to do. Now, don't jump to conclusions, I'm sure they had their reasons, Shizun reassured. Or maybe they can't teach senjutsu. Who knows? As Shisui continued to complain about his summoned tribe, Rin was sitting by herself on the grass, looking at the clouds in the sky, hoping that the calm environment would relax her little. She needed to be relaxed in order to master Sage Mode. Too bad for her, she was about to meet somebody who was the complete opposite of relaxing. Hello. A loud, cheerful female voice said behind her. Rin looked up, and saw a rather tall and muscular girl dressed in revealing white clothes, with tan skin and green hair, smiling brightly at her. Rin stood up, and turned to face the newcomer. While she knew who she was, she had never met the girl in person. Hi, Rin replied, as he wiped a strand of hair from her face. You're Rin Nohara, right? The green-haired girl said, as she extended her hand. My name is Fu. Pleased to meet you. Rin smiled back, and shook her hand. Fu's handshake was as powerful as her muscular frame suggested. Fortunately, the medic nin didn't end up with any broken fingers. I know who you are as well, Rin replied. Shino told me about you. You're his girlfriend, right? Damn right I am. Fu proudly stated. And hey, glad to see that Shino tells his friends about me, hehe. How do you know Shino, by the way? He mentioned you a few times, but he didn't specify how are you connected to him. I used to be his sensei's former teammate, Rin replied. Until, well, I died. And then came back from the death. Yeah, they told me that. At first I thought that they were playing a prank of me, but they were really serious, Fu solemnly said, before her face brightened up again. So, what did my little Shino told you about me? Good stuff, I hope. Rin chuckled lightly. Nothing to worry about, that's for sure, Rin reassured. So, you're from Taki, right? Yep. Fu replied again, turning aside so Rin could see the Takigaku or forehead protector she had tied to her bicep. Sadly, I need to be here until the whole Akatsuki threat passes. Then I can go back home. I guess that you may feel a little homesick, but at the very least, I hope you are enjoying your stay at Konoha, Rin gently said. Oh, sure. Konoha is awesome. Plus here I can be with my boyfriend and friends. Fu beamed. But there's no place like home, you know. Oh, I can relate to that, Rin replied. Though unlike you, I can't go back to my home. Fu raised an eyebrow, and scratched a temple in confusion. Wait, I thought you were from here. It's less a matter of where, and more a matter of when, Rin punctualized. I've been dead for more than 15 years. During that time, Konoha and its people continued moving forward, and when I returned, the place I once called home was hardly recognizable. I see. Man, that has to suck. And here I am complaining for having to stay here for a few months, Fu said, shaking her head. No, you have right to complain, your village was nearly destroyed, for Kami's sake. Rin insisted. Besides, even if it was kind of hard at the beginning, I'm getting used to it. Really? Fu asked. The hardest part was to accept that the friends I used to know who were my age are now grown adults, while I'm still a teen, Rin told her. Making new friends helped easing it. That's why I tried to befriend Kakashi's students. They've been really helpful with all this adapting to the future stuff. Any friend of Kiba, Tamaki, and Maishino are friends of mine as well. Fu loudly stated. So if you ever need anything, or do you want to talk about something, don't be afraid to ask me, okay? Sure. You seem like a pretty nice girl, Rin praised. Fu giggled in return. I want to have 100 friends. And you can't make friends if you aren't nice, can you? Guess there's no arguing against that logic, Rin replied, chuckling a little. It's always great to have one more person I can call a friend. So, now that introductions are out of the way, how are you going with this senjutsu training? Fu asked. I was so happy when Naruto said that he could teach me senjutsu after he told me first that he couldn't, but man, this is much harder than I expected. It has to be. There's a reason as for why there are so few sages, Rin replied. I wonder if all of us here will be able to master it. Well, I won't rest until I master it, that's for sure. If Naruto can do it, then so can I. Fu energically declared. That way, when those Akatsuki idiots come for me, I'll give them an even bigger ass whooping I gave to Kakuzu. You seem determined. That's good, Rin praised, giggling as well. What about you, Rin? Fu asked. Any reason as for why you want to become a sage? Well, I'm mostly here because Hokage-sama asked me. I do have the requisites of large chakra reserves and good chakra control to become a sage, and hey, whatever helps Konoha, Rin said with a weak smile, before her expression turned more solemn. Though then, I realized that I also need this power to take down a certain somebody from Akatsuki. Akatsuki are after you too? Fu asked, sounding even more interested. Are you a Jinchuriki as well? No, I'm not a Jinchuriki, she told Fu. It's just, one of the Akatsuki used to be a friend of mine. Oh, was all what Fu could say. That has to suck a lot. That's putting it lightly, Rin replied, shaking her head. It was my death what pushed him into the group to begin with. And it was him who brought me back to life. That's why I feel that I'm the one who has to take him down. Not to just stop him from harming others but to stop his suffering as well. I hope you make him see reason, Fu replied. Seeing one of my friends turning bad like that. I can't even imagine it. One of Orochimaru's lairs, undisclosed location. So, are you and your men ready to go? Orochimaru asked. The snake Sannin was walking through his latest lair alongside somebody who had become a fellow missing nin of Konoha, Danzo Shimura, whom Orochimaru was giving shelter for the time being. Indeed. Soon both me and my men will be out of your mind, Danzo promised the Sannin. I guess I should thank you for your assistance before leaving. There's something you can do for me before you leave, if you're feeling as grateful as you say, Orochimaru replied, licking his lips. If it's within my power, I shall do it, Danzo said. But keep in mind that my forces are still recovering. It will be a while before dash. It's not something that requires physical effort, Orochimaru cut him. Just a little information gathering. Danzo didn't reply immediately, and shoot Orochimaru a scrutinizing stare. What kind of information? It came to my knowledge that you managed to acquire a substantial piece of DNA of a girl named Rin Nohara, Orochimaru began. The girl Obito-kun resurrected, who was reborn with wood release, among other perks. Even if I held her in one of my hideouts for a short time, I was unable to get any DNA sample from her, as those annoying Zetsus never left her side. So tell me, Danzo, what did you find about that? I see. It's only logical that such thing also drew your interest as well, Danzo replied, his tone remaining neutral. It seems that the girl had her DNA spliced with one of those Zetsu things. That's where her wood release and regenerative powers come from. The way their DNA was combined surpasses anything either your or my scientists did so far. Orochimaru's expression darkened. Danzo knew that it wasn't because of his jab, but because the Sannin couldn't stand that somebody was able to surpass him in a scientific field of his interest, and having no idea of how they did it. And were your scientists able to replicate the process? Orochimaru asked, trying to hide his admittedly small frustration behind a veil of calmness. Danzo shook his head. They managed to use it as a base for some improvements over your work, but that's about it. Like I said before, whatever Obito did goes beyond you and me. Obito never had any background in human biology, am I right? Orochimaru inquired. And not just him. Neither his sensei nor teammates possessed such advanced knowledge of both biology and Hashirama's DNA to attempt something like that. You worked under him. I should be the one asking you that, Danzo shot back. Though, I'm curious about the Zetsu creatures. You say that they follow Obito's orders. Every single one of them, Orochimaru confirmed. It's safe to assume that those creatures are artificial beings, probably man-made using the same technology, Danzo concluded. And that whatever he used to resurrect the dead girl, was the same, or similar process to create those monsters. Orochimaru rolled his eyes in annoyance. I reached that conclusion as soon as I laid my eyes upon one of them. Your conclusion is that Obito is working for somebody else who provided him with such means, right? I reached that conclusion as well. Yet you seem to be at an impasse, right? Danzo asked. The question was irritating by itself, and Danzo's neutral tone only made it worse. The reason you are not finding the answers you seek is because you aren't making the right questions. And what questions would those be, then? Orochimaru asked. First of all, if those creatures were created from Hashirama's DNA, then you should ask yourself first, how did Obito manage to acquire it? Danzo asked. He probably stole it from Konoha. That's no mystery, Orochimaru said, rolling his eyes again. Yet had such thing happened, we would have learned about it, Danzo countered. It was because of your unauthorized use of Hashirama's DNA in your experiments that Hiruzen was able to uncover them. After such incident, security measures towards the remaining samples were increased tenfold, and we know Obito's fall from grace happened after your defection. Where are you going with this? Orochimaru asked. This leads us to the second question, is it possible for somebody out of Konoha to possess samples of Hashirama's DNA? Danzo asked. God of ninja or not, Hashirama was a ninja and took part in battles. I'm sure somebody could make him bleed, take a piece of skin, anything, Orochimaru said in a dismissive way. This time, it was Danzo who shook his head. No normal man could make Hashirama bleed. Unlike you, I saw him fight during the first ninja war, and there was absolutely no one who could push him to fight to his fullest. Yet Hashirama died during that very war, Orochimaru rebutted. Yes, he did. But the reason behind his fall was extreme exhaustion after his duel against Madara, Danzo explained. He refused to take any time to recover, and rejoined the war as soon as possible, as he thought his power was necessary to end it. However, the ninja who killed him was quickly killed afterwards by our forces, and many measures were taken to ensure not a single piece of his DNA ended in the enemy's hands. And again I need to ask, what is your point? Orochimaru asked. The answer to this second question is the only man who could make Hashirama bleed, Madara Uchiha, Danzo replied. It's obvious it's him, the one who instructed young Obito. And it's obvious that, just like he resurrected Rin, is planning to do the same with his former master. That doesn't make any sense, Orochimaru retorted. Madara was killed by Hashirama. His body was brought to Konoha, where its death was confirmed once again, and was subjected to extensive autopsy. And after several months, it was finally buried in a secret place. Trust me, Danzo, I had many people over the years looking for Madara's place of final rest. And once again, Orochimaru, you're blinded by your own arrogance, Danzo said. You're possibly the most gifted and intelligent man I worked with, but there are things that even you don't know. And what things would be? Orochimaru asked, sounding irritated. Danzo allowed himself to smirk. Do you know about a forbidden jutsu named Izanagi? One Orochimaru's former lairs, undisclosed location. While Orochimaru was with Danzo in one of his main bases, Kabuto was tasked with overseeing the evacuation of the old bases. One of the many downsides that Orochimaru's betrayal of Akatsuki brought was that they needed to evacuate and relocate all their bases, since Akatsuki didn't tolerate traitors, and their revenge would come sooner or later. Then again, Orochimaru had assured that Pain and Obito were so worried with capturing the remaining tailed beasts as soon as possible, that they would take some time to retaliate. And they would use that time to prepare for the inevitable backlash. That is, if the backlash comes, Orochimaru had said, followed by a confident chuckle. I have the feeling that Akatsuki is going to have their hands full in the foreseeable future. Kabuto had been tempted to ask what did Orochimaru know that he didn't, but decided to trust his master's judgment. While the Snake Sannin prepared the final part of his plan, the silver-haired medic nin was tasked with evacuating one of the lairs. A masked Oto ninja then walked to him. Kabuto-sama, all the labs have already been emptied, the Oto ninja informed. Everything essential has been moved out, while everything else has been left here, to be claimed by the flames when we destroy the base. Good job, Kabuto replied with a nod. Remember that the boxes with the red marks are to be destroyed, while the boxes with the black marks should be safely stored and taken away. Understood, sir, the Oto ninja replied. Everybody has left already. Do you want to check the base one last time, or should I give the order to bring the base down? One last check won't hurt. I'd hate if because of one man's incompetence, Orochimaru-sama lost something irreplaceable, Kabuto said. The Oto ninja nodded. As you wish, sir. I'll be waiting for you outside, he said, before vanishing. Kabuto went to check the lair one last time, to make sure everything was in order. He knew that, if somebody was amiss, Orochimaru would lay the blame on him, and he didn't want to take any risks. The last part of the plan was the most delicate so far, and a single mistake could ruin it. Fortunately, every room that he checked only had red-marked boxes. Okay, everything seems to be fine, Kabuto said, as he walked towards the last storage room. If everything's fine, we can finally say goodbye to this lair. He opened the door, and entered the room, and the moment he did, the silver-haired man loudly gasped in shock. The reason was that he saw a black-marked box. As if that wasn't bad enough, the box was opened, and one could see its contents had been emptied. This was distressing enough, but what made it such a shocking sight was the blue-dye-ined corpses of Otogakuer ninjas scattered around the room. I wish I didn't have to kill them, a voice said behind Kabuto. A voice he recognized. They were good men. But they needed to die, since they would stop me in my endeavor. Kabuto immediately turned around, as his hands started to glow with a blue light of chakra, as he activated his chakra scalpels. However, the moment he turned around to face his enemy, said enemy dropped a flashbang, filling the whole room with blinding white light. A light Kabuto was unable to shield his eyes against, and was promptly blinded. Aaaarg! The medic nin cried, as he instinctively took his hands to his pained eyes, the chakra scalpels dispelling. Wood release, wood binding jutsu. Thick wooden roots emerged from around Kabuto and tightly wrapped around his body, leaving him completely immobilized. You, on the other hand. I'm going to enjoy killing you. The person said, as a kunai appeared in their hand. Kabuto felt an intense pain as the kunai pierced his gut. I can't wait to see Orochimaru's reaction when I throw your decapitated head at his feet. Acknowledge. Kabuto coughed, spraying some blood. Orochimaru-sama, you won't be able to, he has powers now that you can't. You think I'm too weak to kill your beloved master? The attacker said, as Kabuto was stabbed 2 more times. This time, Kabuto didn't reply, and focused his chakra into the wounded spots, in order to heal them with the wound destruction, a jutsu he had developed that allowed him to heal any part of his body without having to use his hands. Hopefully, he could fool his assailant into thinking that he was dead. He knew there were some medical supplies in some of the boxes ready to be discarded. Once his would-be assassin went away, he could use some of them to heal himself properly. But it seems that his assassin wasn't going to give him the chance, as Kabuto felt another onslaught of stabbings. As more and more blood poured from his body, his vision was starting to blur, and his head felt lighter. "Maybe you're right," the assassin said. "Even if I catch that traitor, even with the first Hokage's power, it might not be enough to end his miserable life. But hey, as long as he dies, I don't care if I'm not the one who kills him." And with that, the assassin left. The wooden bindings quickly vanished, and Kabuto's body dropped to the ground. Kabuto knew this was his chance. As he continued healing his wounds as best as he could, he crawled towards one of the boxes, leaving a trail of blood behind. It was then when he heard several sizzling sounds. The kind of sizzles that explosive tags make. The sound came from his very back. Kabuto didn't have time to react before he was engulfed by a chain of explosions, putting an end to his life. Training Ground 25, the next day. When the Sage trainees arrived to the training ground to continue their instruction, they noticed that there was something different. Namely, that there were multiple long stalagmites emerging from the ground, most likely being the result of one or several earth release jutsu. Besides the stalagmites was a pile of thin stone slabs. Naruto and Fukazaka were already there, with Naruto grinning in anticipation, as if expecting the trainees to ask what those stalagmites were for. "Hey there. Good to see you back," Naruto cheerfully said. "I'm sure you're wondering what these stalagmites and stone slabs are for, don't you?" "Yeah," Shisui said, before his expression became contrite. "You don't plan to hit us with those slabs in the head, do you?" "Come on guys, I don't hit you that hard, do I?" Naruto protested. He was met with several angry glares that told him otherwise. The blonde then frowned and crossed his arms. "Anyway, too bad, because the smacks in the head won't stop until you learn to mix nature energy properly." "Naruto-kun, you didn't told us what those things are for," Hinata pointed out. "You'll use them for today's exercise," Fukazaka stated. "So far, you seem to get the hang of sensing and collecting nature energy. But you have troubles with both collecting it at a greater speed, and keeping them under control in order to properly mix them with your chakra. The key for both things is to learn how to be completely still." "We already know that," Karen said, as she placed both hands on her hips. "You do, yet you're unable to remain completely still. You won't be sages until you learn how," Fukazaka replied, sounding like he was reprimanding a child. "If somebody like Naruto, who oozes energy from every pore of his skin, is able to do it, I think all of us here can do it as well," Asuma replied, before giving Naruto a conciliatory smile. "No offense, kid. No worries. It took me a while to get that part done," Naruto replied, smiling back. "Thanks to the exercise we're going to show you now." "Yes. In order to attain the stillness you lack, you'll be put into a position that will force you to stay completely immobile," Fukazaka began. "Naruto-chan, care to show them?" Naruto nodded, grabbed a stone slab, and after climbing the one of the stalagmites, he placed the slab on its tip, before sitting on it in the lotus position. While both the slab and Naruto wobbled a little bit and threatened to fall down, the blonde quickly found balance, and stood completely still atop it. "See? In order to avoid falling down, Naruto-chan had learned to stay completely still. And once you attain that level of balance, you'll be able to gather and mold nature energy much easier," Fukazaka told them. "Now, time for you to do it," Naruto said, as he jumped down from the stalagmite. "It will take you some time at first, but with effort and perseverance, you will do it." "Naruto-sensei, how long did you take it to remain completely still?" Hanabi asked, as she raised her hand. "About 4 days, Naruto replied. "But don't get discouraged if you take longer than dash. Heh, I bet I can do it in just 2. The youngest Hyuga said, as she telekinetically pulled a slab to her hands, before flying towards one of the stalagmites. The gentle fist puts a lot of emphasis on footwork and balance, so this will be piece of cake. Hinata just sighed, as she followed her sister, while shaking her head. Guess Naruto-kun isn't the only one who oozes energy from every pore of their skin. Naruto and Fukazaka watched as everybody placed the slab at the tip of one of the stalagmites, and tried to sit on it. Tried being the key word, since many of them couldn't find the proper balance at first, and were unable to stay at the top for more than 1 second, and fell to the ground. Rin screamed, before her body hit the ground. Ouch. I thought that Naruto-kun hitting us with that staff was bad, but this appears to be even worse. Another one screamed. This time, it was Hanabi, who fell to the ground. Ouch, my strategy to use the Tensagen to keep the slab still didn't work. Of course it didn't. Fukazaku chided the youngest Hyuga. Being completely still also means not channeling any other jutsu either. If such thing was possible, this exercise wouldn't have a reason to be. Now come on, get back up there. On top of having to endure Naruto and Fukazaku smacking their heads, the sage trainees had to add falling from several meters high to the ground to the list of hazards they had to suffer in order to master the power of senjutsu. And, unfortunately, those hazards were nothing but a minor inconvenience compared to what they, the rest of Konoha's population, were about to face. Outside of Konoha, a couple hours later. So, are we all here? Just like Orochimaru had used the thick forests around Konoha to cover his army, Akatsuki was using the same strategy before launching their attack. They were all carried to that spot by Obito, one by one, until the 6 Akatsuki members were present. However, half of their members found that there were more than 6 Akatsuki members present. Question, Deidara said, raising his hand. Who the hell are those guys? Behind Pain stood his other 5 bodies, looking as stoic and emotionless as the man the Akatsuki called their leader. Their Pain, Konan answered, as if that solved everything. And what's that supposed to mean? Deidara asked again. Enough. You can ask about Pain later, now we have a job to do, Obito cut the explosion release user. He then turned at Tonari. Are they in the village? Tonari, whose Tensagen was gleaming with a teal light, had his eyes fixed on the village, scanning every centimeter of it. Yes, I see all of them. The Jinchuriki key of the 9 Tails is inside a large house, I presume it's his home. The Jinchuriki key of the 7 Tails is in another large building. I believe it's a clan compound. Tonari informed. My Byakugan princess and her sister are also in the village. This will be a golden opportunity to secure her as well. That means we will have to deal with her as swiftly as possible. We don't know how much their powers had grown since the last time, Obito guessed, a hand under his chin, before looking at Tonari again. However, I must ask you to focus on the Jinchuriki key first and foremost. If we fail here, we won't have any other chances, Obito told him in a mild reprimanding tone. Worry not, Obito. Have I not served the organization faithfully and competently? Tonari asked the Uchiha. I shall capture the Jinchuriki key myself if the situation demands it. We'll see about that, Konan said, as she narrowed her eyes at the Otsutsuki. Are our main forces ready? Pain asked, as he looked at both Tonari and Obito. 5,000 Zetsu clones are buried under our very feet, Obito told him. They are all waiting my orders to attack. My puppet army is in position as well, Tonari followed. They will also provide some additional air support. In that case, there should be no more waiting, Konan said. Haha, yes. I can't wait to begin. Kisame said in great delight. The last time I got to fight in another village was Kiri, and my fun was cut short too soon. Worry not, Kisame, for you will have plenty of fun, Pain replied. Your job will be to cause as much mayhem and destruction as possible, in order to weaken Konoha's defenses. Obito, Konan, and I will take care of the Jinchuriki key. Deidara, Tonari, given that you can fly, besides attacking from the sky, your job will be to make sure the Jinchuriki key of the 7 Tails doesn't escape again through the air, Obito ordered. Now, let's commence, Pain declared. Alright, given that this is a major invasion, I'll break out the C2 dragon from the get-go. Deidara claimed, as he fed some explosive clay to one of his hand mouths. The mouth chewed the clay, until it shaped it like a tiny dragon. Tossing the dragon forward, it increased its size 100-fold, before Deidara jumped on its back. I'm ready to go. Before you do, take this path with you, Pain said, as the animal path jumped onto the dragon's back as well. Yeah, whatever. Let's go. Deodara said, as his dragon started to flap its wings, gaining attitude as it raised gusts of wind, before it took off into the sky above Konoha. Tonari was quick to follow. Kisame, you go and attack the main gate. Try to draw as much attention as possible, Konan told the shark ninja. You can count on that, hee. Kisame said, as he leaped forward, ready to wreak havoc. Now all we have to do is wait, Pain finally declared. This day, this village shall know the meaning of pain. Chapter 83. The Akatsuki Invasion, Part I. Or. Konoha under attack. Again. Senja residence. I'm home. Tsunade announced, as she entered in the house. Hey there, Mom, Naruto's voice replied. When Tsunade entered her house, she found that Naruto was sitting in the living couch, reading a book. While the blonde wasn't averse to such activity, he often preferred to spend his spare time doing something to burn his constant overflow of energy, rather than such a quiet and calm activity. Hello, Naruto, Tsunade greeted him as she entered the living room. Your dad and sister aren't here yet. Nope. Dad's still at the office, and Kaido must be training, Naruto told the blonde Sannin. In fact, I wasn't expecting you to be home so early. There was a slow day at the hospital, and for once, I managed to end all my daily work with some time in advance, Tsunade said, as she sat beside Naruto. I was hoping to spend some quality time with the whole family, but guess that you'll have to do for the time being. So, how's the sage training going? We're progressing. I think, Naruto told Tsunade. I mean, I'm new to this teaching thing, so I don't really know. But they're getting the hang of nature energy and the like. Senjutsu isn't something anybody can attempt to master, Tsunade said. Even if one fits the requirements, it is possible that you're not fit to master it after all. There's a reason as for there are only a couple sages every few generations. Well, we've been only training for 2 days. I needed more than a week to master it, Naruto pointed out. Maybe in a few weeks, the others will be able to master it as well. Having multiple sages would give Konoha a huge edge not only against other villages, but against Akatsuki as well, Tsunade mentioned. Yeah, Naruto sadly agreed. Maybe with more sages, we could have saved more Jinchuriki. Tsunade bit her lip, instantly regretting bringing that topic. Looking around the room, she tried to find something to change the topic, until she found it on Naruto's hands. Say, what are you reading? Tsunade asked, as she took a peek at Naruto's book. That doesn't look like something your father wrote. Because it isn't, Naruto replied, as he handed the book to her. It's old man Rashi's. The Jinchuriki? Tsunade asked, as she took a look at the pages. Naruto nodded. He kept several journals of his journeys. He visited multiple countries and villages, and wrote about his experiences there. Did you know that he's been on Konoha twice? Really? How is that we never noticed him? Tsunade asked. Well, both times were before I was even born and both you and Dad returned for good, Naruto explained. Let's say, Rashi was really good at keeping a low profile. I see, Tsunade replied. He sounded like an interesting man. You can bet he was. Now, thanks to Akatsuki, all of us missed a chance to meet somebody great, Naruto said, shaking his head. He was planning to publish his books once he felt he had finished his journey, so he could share his experiences with the others, as well as what it feels to be a Jinchuriki. Well, maybe you can publish those books yourself. Tsunade suggested. Naruto looked at her with his eyes wide open. It's that okay? I mean, I didn't write those books. So? It's not that you want to appropriate them, right? You can still say those are Rashi's journeys, Tsunade continued. That way, Rashi's memories will be alive even long after his death. I think you may have a point, Naruto replied. Problem is, the books doesn't have an end, given what happened with Dash. Suddenly, mother and son heard a chain of explosions, followed by the house lightly trembling. A feeling of dread washed upon them. What the hell was that? Naruto asked. Nothing good, that's what is, Tsunade said, as she bolted from the couch. Naruto, go and gather your teammates. I need to go to the hospital and see if Hagane is okay. Naruto nodded, and the two blondes quickly left their home. Skies above Konoha, a few minutes earlier. Deidara and Tonari were flying above the village, at an altitude high enough to be mistaken for actual birds, and not be detected by the sensors or the ninjas managing the barrier. Thankfully, the time for stealth would soon come to an end. I'll be getting down here, Ponytail Pain told Deidara. Delay your bombardment so it splits Konoha's forces. Without further ado, Pain jumped from the bird, allowing himself to fall into the village. Deidara wondered how did he plan to survive such a fall, but his leader had shown that he had way more tricks under his sleeve than it appeared at first glance. Deidara just shrugged, and decided that Pain knew what he was doing. Smiling wickedly, he grabbed a handful of explosive clay, and feed it to the mouths inside his hands. Not every day I have the chance to show my art to a village, so I'll make sure to use my very best, HN. Deidara said, as several clay figurines appeared on his hands. Down you go. A chain of powerful explosions rocked Konoha, drawing everybody's attention to the point of origin. That momentary distraction was all what Pain needed. Summoning Jutsu. After a burst of smoke, Ponytail Pain was surrounded by the other 5 paths, as well as Konan. Scatter. The main Pain ordered. Create as much chaos and destruction as possible. That will draw the Jinchuriki to us. Wordlessly, all of them leaped in different directions, while most Konoha ninja were heading towards the explosions Deidara had caused. Summoning Jutsu. Animal Pain used his only jutsu once again, this time summoning a large, multi-headed dog that went on a mad rampage the instant it was summoned. Not far away from there, Puppet Pain deployed his whole arsenal, raining missiles on ninja, civilians, and buildings alike, attacking nearby people with his flamethrower and chakra beam cannon. Meanwhile, the main Pain, assisted by the chakra-absorbing one as well as Konan, engaged the few ninjas left that were still in the area. Hokage Tower, that very moment. Even if Deidara's explosions didn't happen in a place close to the Hokage Tower, the explosions were loud and visible enough to be seen and heard from there. Jiraiya, who was working as usual, was startled by the explosions, and quickly opened his window to see what was going on. Not only it was followed by even more explosions, but several gigantic animals were wrecking the village. Undeterred, Jiraiya bit his thumb, and made 5 hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Fukazaku and Shima appeared from a burst of smoke, looking around, noticing where they were. Jiraiya-chan. Why did you summon us here? Fukazaku asked, noticing the Sannin's distress. Yeah, it better be important. We were about to have lunch. Shima protested. I don't know. Would you call Akatsuki invading the village important? Jiraiya sarcastically asked. What? The 2 elder toads asked in unison, both equally shocked. As if to answer their question, another chain of explosions made the tower tremble. These ones happened much closer. The day I've been fearing so much is finally here. That means that Akatsuki have captured the other 7 Jinchuriki. They only need Naruto and Fu for their plan to succeed, Jiraiya explained. More explosions rocked the tower. And with their targets in a single village, guess they decided to toss subtlety out of the window and launch an invasion on the village. You can count on us, Jiraiya-chan. Shima, whose attitude had gone a complete twist, energically offered. What do you need us to do? Ma, I need you with me for Sage Mode, Jiraiya said. The female toad nodded, and jumped into his shoulder. Pa, look for Naruto and Fu, and protect them with everything you have. The male toad nodded as well. Those kids won't fall into Akatsuki's grasp as long as I breathe. Fukazaku declared, as he leaped out of the window. Jiraiya then walked towards the right WLL of the office, and started to felt it until he found what he was looking for, a hidden switch he had installed a couple years ago. Pressing the switch, a rectangular section of the wall opened with a clicking sound as if it was a door. Jiraiya pushed the door, and entered the room. Jiraiya-chan, what are you doing? Shima protested. We should head outside to the battle. I know. Jiraiya replied, as he walked towards the wall in front of the door. On said wall there was a complex ceiling pattern. He placed his hand in the center of the pattern, and sent a pulse of chakra. But I need to do this first. The seals started to glow with a blue light, and more seals started to spread, first across the room, then the office, and beyond that. What is this seal, Jiraiya-chan? Shima asked. A little defense mechanism we implemented after our war against Yagura, Jiraiya said, with a confident smirk. This will increase our chances of victory even further. Gates of Konoha. With all the chaos that was going in the village, it didn't take much effort for Kisame to break into the village through the main gates. That's not to say that he didn't find any resistance, though said resistance was hardly an obstacle for him. By summoning a gigantic tsunami, he crushed the gates of Konoha, as well as the ninjas manning it. Naturally, many more Konoha ninjas arrived to see what was going on. Fire release, Dragon Fire Jutsu. A Konoha ninja exhaled a stream of fire from his mouth at Kisame. The shark ninja, however, merely laughed and blocked the attack with same hata. His trusty sword quickly absorbed the jutsu. I thought I was famous enough to know that you aren't supposed to use ninjutsu against me, Kisame chuckled, as he shook his head. Oh well, guess I'll have to work harder. No ninjutsu. The Konoha ninja stammered, as he struggled to pull a couple of kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Sorry, it's too late for you to learn that lesson. Kisame shouted. The shark ninja dashed forward and delivered a horizontal swing, separating the man's upper half of his body from his lower half, killing him instantly. More Konoha ninja landed besides him. That's Kisame Hoshigake. The most veteran of the newcomers said. Beware of that sword. It can absorb ninjutsu. Oh, so somebody in this disgrace of a village knows who I am after all, Kisame laughed, as he stabbed his sword into the ground, as he started to make hand seals. Then again, you're about to find that there's much more to me than same hata. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. Much to the Konoha ninja's shock, Kisame expelled a massive amount of water from his mouth, quickly drowning the Konoha ninjas, and completely flooding that section of the village. Kisame, standing atop of the colossal mass of water, watched as his victims tried to swim to the surface. His smirk widened, as he bit his thumb. Dinner's served, my pets. Kisame said, as he made 5 hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Slamming his palm into the surface of the water, a fourthsome of sharks were summoned. The sharks quickly swam towards the hapless Konoha ninjas, and teared them to shreds, dyeing the water mass dark red. Ah, there's nothing like a taste of foreign cuisine to broaden your experience, Kisame laughed, mostly to himself. Double Konoha whirlwind. Kisame had barely any time to react before 2 green blurs dashed at him from different directions. By stopping the release of chakra through his feet, the Akatsuki sank into the water, barely avoiding the double flying kick. The duo landed in opposite directions, revealing to be a man and a young teen, both clad in green with ridiculous bowl haircuts and extremely thick eyebrows. Tenten. Now. The younger one said. Still underwater, Kisame's eyes drifted towards a girl with brown hair styled in a pair of buns, who dashed towards the water. He didn't know what she wanted to do, but there was no way she could harm him. Gate of opening, open. Gate of healing, open. Tenten shouted, as chakra burst from her body in the form of a green aura. She then pulled out a small sealing scroll from under her clothes, and unsealed a Kusarigama. Okay, time to fish some Akatsuki. Tenten channeled her boosted chakra into the Kusarigama, which started to glow with a blue light. She then threw the weighted chain of the weapon at Kisame, who watched in shock how the water failed to sap it of any momentum. What the hell? The shark ninja thought, as the chain wrapped around his body. Niji, get ready. Tenten said. Displaying her enhanced strength, Tenten violently pulled Kisame out of the water construct, and threw it at Nhayaga, placed a few meters behind her. Heavenly spin. Niji turned into a spinning dome of chakra just seconds before Kisame was slammed against him. The spinning force was great enough to knock Kisame back as soon as he touched the chakra dome, before crashing against a nearby building. Did that get him? Tenten asked, as Guy and Lee landed besides her. Kisame, however, not only managed to pull himself back, but he looked completely unharmed. Now, that was sure something, Kisame said, laughing a little, as he rested his sword onto his shoulder. You made me feel pain. Heh, it seems that I found myself some worthy adversaries. He doesn't have any wounds. The black-haired teen said in shock. He does, but they're healing, the adult said, as he noticed how a couple cuts on Kisame's face closed and disappeared. It's that sword, Niji pointed out. That sword, it's alive and has chakra. It's supplying the Akatsuki with chakra, which also heals him. I believe this man is Kisame Hoshigake. Karen's team fought against him not long ago. Beware that sword, it can also absorb ninjutsu. It can absorb ninjutsu, you say? Ha! The adult roared. Then it's such a luck that all of us are mostly taijutsu specialists. Niji, Lee, Tenten, we must take this Akatsuki down, for we're the best suited to fight him. You think you lot are the first taijutsu specialists I face? Pitiful, Kisame said, shaking his head. Maybe you aren't as worthy as I thought. Let us prove you wrong then, for you're now against Mato Guy, Konoha's noble blue beast, and his 3 youthful students. Guy said in an overly theatrical manner. Mato Guy? Kisame asked, narrowing a single eye at the green-clad jonin. Oh, I think I know who you are. A ninja named Mato Dai made a number on the 7 swordsmen of the mist during the latest war. If you're related to him, then you must be pretty strong. Very well then, you managed to draw my interest. Both Team Guy and Kisame rushed towards each other, ready to fight without holding back. Unfortunately for Konoha, the Akatsuki members weren't the only ones who were attacking it. A multitude of Zetsu clones climbed the walls and poured into the village, attacking every human they saw, either be ninja or civilian, children or adults, like a voracious locust swarm devouring a crop. And joining them were Tonari's puppets. Even if fewer in number, they proved to be far more deathly than the Zetsu thanks to their Razi lens combined with their ability to mold and use chakra, which they used in the form of deadly golden blasts. And the threat wasn't tied to the ground. Multiple puppets, riding huge winged mechanical constructs covered in tattered clothes which gave the illusion of looking like birds, bombarded the village from above. Fire release, ash pile burning. Asuma exhaled a huge cloud of dusty gunpowder at the incoming white Zetsu, before igniting it with the sparks produced by quickly hitting his trench knives against each other, resulting in a chain of explosions that obliterated the clones. However, from the resulting cloud of smoke, 3 puppets emerged, their hands cupped around a spear of golden chakra that they launched at Asuma. Shit! The Jonin cursed, as he did his best in order to avoid the attacks. As Asuma fought against the incoming invaders, his students escorted a large group of civilians towards the underground bunkers, task which was no easy given the Zetsu's penchant for attacking them. Don't stray from the main group. Shikamaru shouted. We can protect you better if you stay together. Shikamaru, watch out. Ino warned, as she made several hand seals. Water release, water gun. Ino expelled a stream of water from her mouth that sailed just above Shikamaru's head, hitting in the chest a leaping Zetsu, whose intentions were rather predictable. Guys, I need some help over here. Koji cried. Shikamaru and Ino turned around, and saw that their teammate was pretty much buried under a pile of white Zetsu clones. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. Ino replied, as she formed a rectangle with her thumb and index fingers. Multiple mind disturbance jutsu. The Yamanaka heiress took control of 3 of the white Zetsu that were suffocating Koji, not only relieving him of their weight, but also attacking the other white Zetsu, forcing them to drop from the Akimichi, who quickly rejoined his teammates. Thank you, Ino, the breathless Akimichi said. Don't thank me yet, more of those things are coming. Ino shouted, pointing to a nearby street, which was crowded with more Zetsus. Damn, where is everybody else? We can't protect the civilians ourselves. Shikamaru protested. That moment, several circular ceiling patterns suddenly appeared in the ground. Not just in that street, but across all of Konoha as well. Many Konoha ninjas knew the meaning behind those seals. Shikamaru, are those seals? Ino asked. I think so, Shikamaru said, his distress disappearing, as a confident smirk formed in his face. It seems that Hokage-sama knew that something like this could happen, and planned accordingly. What do you mean? Koji asked. Ino smiled at her rotund teammate. That means that we're about to get reinforcements really soon, Ino told him. The seals then burst into small explosions of smoke, and from those clouds of smoke, emerged a chakra golem each. Unlike the red golems used by Yagura or the black golems used by Root, these golems had a green body, blue arms and legs, a red spiral on their back, and were even wearing actual forehead protectors around their small heads, to the point that they looked like they were wearing Konoha's standard uniform. With several metallic hums, the golems became operative as the ceiling patterns around their bodies started to glow with the same blue light. The mechanical constructs quickly identified the White Zetsu clones and the puppets as the invaders, and immediately went to face them. Their armored exterior rendered them almost impervious to the White Zetsu's physical attacks, while the chakra absorbing seals made them immune to the puppets' golden blasts. Soon, the battle began to not quite turn in Konoha's favor, but give the defenders a much better chance to breathe and fight back. Oh yes, after fighting these things so many times, it feels so good to finally have them on our side. Ino gushed. Come on guys, don't get distracted. Don't drop your guard just because those fancy machines are helping us now. Asuma called out, as he engaged a couple of puppets. Yes, sir. The three of them chorused, as they rejoined the battle with renewed strength. Abarame Estate. After the initial surprise attack, the Abarame clan found its home besieged by a horde of White Zetsu clones supported by a few of Tonari's puppets, who fiercely tried to get inside the place. It was obvious what they were looking for. Thanks to Tonari's Tensagen, they had realized that was where Fu was staying for the time being. Abarame's secret art, Insect Tornado. With a giant gesture, Shino commanded his swarm to attack a group of incoming Zetsu. The insects started to fly in circles around them, trapping the artificial creatures inside a tornado. The insects then proceeded to eat them as fast as they could. However, as Shino did this, he was too late to notice two more White Zetsu emerging from below, the closest one delivering a swipe with his sharp fingers, slashing Shino's arms, and making him tumble backwards, while the other lunged at him. Abarame's secret art, Swarm Armor. A second swarm appeared before Shino and the White Zetsu, compressing itself into a thick wall of carapace, successfully repelling the White Zetsu's attack. Taking advantage of this, Shino pulled a kunao, lunged forward, and stabbed it into the now defenseless Zetsu's throat, while his savior also dispatched the other assailant with a powerful kick to the head. Thank you, father. That was a close one, Shino said, sounding as calm as ever despite the ongoing situation. Stay close. These things are pretty dangerous, the Abarame Jonin told his son, as more Abarame clansmen started to gather. Where is Fu-san? Shino pointed out into Fu's direction, and Shivi saw how the green-haired Jinchuriki was using a White Zetsu clone as a weapon to maul his brethren to death. Fu-san. Shivi called. Return here at once. Fu nodded before launching the White Zetsu in her grasp into the sky. These things won't stop coming, Fu observed, as more White Zetsu broke into the compound. Any ideas? First, we need to leave the compound and go into the village, Shivi told them. And find a larger group so we can form an unified front in order to repel the invaders. Such thing won't be hard to accomplish. The sound of multiple battles happening around us can be heard from pretty much any direction, Shino stated. Though some of us will need to create a distraction in order to allow Fu-san a safe escape route, Shivi stated. Shino, I trust her safety to dash. Whoa there, time out. Fu cut the Abarame patriarch. I'm not going anywhere. Fu-san, these Akatsuki are here for you. Each second you stay in the village is a second you are in danger of being captured, Shivi calmly told her. I know how you feel, but my father is right, Shino added. We will be able to fight against the enemy better if we know you're safe. Absolutely not. Fu loudly protested. I already lost my home village to these monsters. I won't lose my adoptive home as well. Please, be reasonable, Shivi insisted. With your ability to fly, escaping won't be dash. Father, Fu, watch out. Shino called. The arguing duo saw too late one of Tonari's puppets throwing a particularly large golden sphere of chakra at them, resulting in a huge explosion that sent Fu and the Abarames alongside her flying in different directions. Ugh. Fu groaned, as she tried to get back on her feet. She blinked a few times, trying to locate her boyfriend. Shino? Are you okay? Shino. However, there was no trace of Shino. Fu's field of vision was quickly filled with white and green, as more white Zetsu clones rushed to her. You have nowhere to go, Jinchuriki. One of the white Zetsu cried, as he and some of his brethren charged at her. Fire release, blistering fire cat. However, the Zetsu's charge was interrupted by an incoming giant cat made of fire, resulting in an explosion that engulfed them in a mass of flames, burning them down to ashes almost instantly. The remaining white Zetsu stopped on their tracks, trying to look for the new enemy, but this moment of hesitation was all what the newcomers needed. Fang passing Fang. Cat claw dash. Almost appearing out of nowhere, two living tornadoes skewered the group of white Zetsu, followed by a green and brown blur that slashed to pieces those who avoided the initial attack. Kiba, Akamaru, and Tamaki landed besides the green-haired Jinchuriki. Guys, you came. Fu squealed in joy. Your timing couldn't have been better. Yeah, we were pretty quick. Nobody surpasses the animal squad when it comes to speed, Kiba boasted, with Akamaru barking in agreement. Are you okay, Fu? Tamaki asked. Where is Shino? Yeah, I'm fine, Fu said, before she bit her lip. As for Shino, I'm alright as well, Shino's voice said, as the Aberame joined his teammates. While I suffered some injuries, there's nothing my medical ninjutsu can't heal. While I appreciate your presence, why did you decide to come here? Well, obviously those Akatsuki are here for both Fu and Naruto, so it was a no-brainer that they would attack the place she lives in, Kiba explained. And we were right dash. This time, it was Akamaru who interrupted his master, when he tensed up and started to bark loudly. Kiba immediately realized what this meant. Guys, watch out. More enemies incoming. Kiba pointed out to the direction from which three puppets came from. The puppets were ready to fire their golden chakra orbs at the Konoha ninja and Taki Jinchuriki, but before they could, multiple wooden roots emerged from underground, wrapping themselves around the mechanical humanoids, immobilizing them completely. Lightning Blade. The Chunin of the animal squad saw Kakashi appearing pretty much out of nowhere and cutting down all three puppets in less than a second with his signature ability. Once done, Rin landed besides him. Look at that, it seems that just for once, I wasn't late, Kakashi nonchalantly said. Is everybody okay? Kakashi got several affirmative responses in return, much to the Jonin's relief. Alright, we now have two priorities. We need to drive Akatsuki out of the village, while at the same time stopping them from getting their hands on Fu and Naruto, Kakashi explained. Such things should been obvious, but he wasn't going to leave anything to chance. We know. We suggested Fu that she should evacuate the village while we keep the enemy busy, but she refused, Shivi explained. I told you I'm not going anywhere. Fu fired back, stomping her foot. She then looked into the sky, and pointed upwards. Besides, it's not that I can escape as easily this time around. It seems that Akatsuki learned from what happened in Taki, and they brought an air force to make sure I won't leave. Looking into the sky, the rest of the group could tell Fu was right. The moment Fu left the ground, those flying puppets would be drawn to her like moths to a candle. Those things are going to be a problem, Kakashi said, as he studied the flying puppets. But without an air force of our own, we won't be able to deal them in an effective manner. I'm afraid you're right, Shivi conceded. That means we will have to smuggle Fu out of the village through other means. Ugh, you're impossible, you know that. Fu shouted, as her wings appeared from her exposed back. I have your air force right here. Before anybody could stop her, the green-haired Kunoichi shot into the sky like a rocket, and, as expected, a group flying puppets was immediately drawn to her. Not that Fu cared, since she was also flying towards them. Shino, Shivi called his son. Go and make sure she's safe. Shino wordlessly nodded, before biting his thumb, and making 5 specific hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Shino slammed his palm into the ground, and after the initial burst of smoke dispelled, he found himself at the top of a gigantic rhinoceros betel. You called me, Aberame-san, and I responded, the betel said in a low, guttural voice. Your command. I need you to take me into the sky, and help me defeat the enemies on it, Mushikoa Hisama, Shino asked the giant Betel. I also need you to help me protect a special someone. Understood, the beetle laconically replied, before its carapace opened up, revealing a pair of translucent wings, which started to flap, rising several gusts of wind, before finally taking off. You can count on me, Abarame-san. After all, not every day I have the pleasure to meet Nanabe-sama. The rest of Shino's teammates and the Abarame clan watched how Shino joined his girlfriend in the fight against the flying puppets. It all rests on Shino now, Kakashi said with a bit of resignation. We can't afford to stay idle. Tamaki, Kiba, Akamaru, the village is under attack. Let's track the nearest Akatsuki member and dispose of them. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Kiba and Tamaki said in unison, with Akamaru barking energically. Konoha Hospital. It took very little for the village's hospital to get flooded by a constant income of injured people, both ninjas and civilians, and in no time, there was no more room inside, and had to put the newcomers in the reception and the halls due to the lack of space. Those with less grave injuries were placed outside, not just to avoid filling more space, but so they could return to the battle once they were healed. And, as if it wasn't bad enough, the enemy considered the hospital a point of interest to take out, so the White Zetsu clones and the puppets were relentlessly attacking it, regardless if the Jinchuriki weren't there. So far, the ninjas that were defending the hospital managed to keep the attackers at bay, but couldn't help but wonder how long could they resist. Lightning release, Thunder Blade. Sasuke's blade crackled with electricity, and as the Uchiha dashed towards a group of incoming White Zetsu clones, delivered a swift motion with his blade, instantly splitting them in half, ending their lives. Sasuke, don't move. Shisui shouted, as he tossed several shuriken in his direction. Sasuke's shuriken told him that, given their trajectory, none of the steel stars would hit him. And indeed, the weapons flew past him, before embedding into the heads of more White Zetsu. Thanks, Sasuke muttered, before his eyes located the next enemy. Above us. Looking into the sky, they saw a trio of puppets riding those bird-shaped mechanical constructs, ready to bombard the hospital with their golden chakra blast. Everybody, don't let them attack. Force them to retreat. Shisui ordered, as his hands flew through hand seals. Sasuke, let's use wide-range attacks. Use the same jutsu I'm going to cast. You don't have to tell me twice. Sasuke replied, already doing those same hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Sasuke and Shisui breathed a volley of fireballs upwards, which, alongside other elemental jutsu fired by the rest of the Konoha and Umbu guarding the hospital, managed to take down one of the aerial raiders, while forcing the other two into retreat. That was close, Sasuke said, panting a little. You okay, cousin? Shisui merely smiled and gave him a thumbs up, before turning to a group of medicnin, his wife among them, treating wounded ninjas. Shizun-chan. How is it going there? We're working as fast as we can, but the injured come faster than we can treat them. The black-haired woman protested, while trying to heal a dislocated arm from a Konoha Chunin. Mom and I are even letting them bite us so we can heal them faster. Karen added. Sadly, there's nothing much we can do, Sasuke said, shaking his head. Continue with your job, and we'll try to keep you safe as much as possible. The sky started to darken as clouds turned black. Lightning bolts started to jump from one cloud to another, while several distant thunders could be heard. Sakura's eyes suddenly grew wide while her iris shrunk, and her face turned several shades paler. Sasuke-kun, do you think you can protect us from that? Sasuke and Shisui turned around, and much to their shock, they saw a gigantic ox charging at them, demolishing any building that it came in contact with, and trampling White Zetsu and Konoha ninja alike in its med charge. Shit, we can't allow that thing to get to the hospital. Shisui exclaimed, as he rushed forward. Sasuke, we need to divert its attention to us. On it. Sasuke agreed, as his hands flew through hand seals. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke breathed a massive fireball, aiming directly at the ox's head. The ox plowed through the fireball as it was a ball of haystack, though it left several burn marks in its head. Letting out a bellow of pain, the giant summon focused its Rinnegan eyes on Sasuke, before charging at him. Good one, Sasuke. Shisui praised, as his hands continued to fly through hand seals. I'll stop it on its tracks with a genjutsu. Demonic illusion, cold hands of winter. Suddenly, the giant ox stopped in its tracks before it could trample Sasuke. In its mind, a blizzard started to blow, quickly covering it in snow and frost. The ox tried to break free, but was unable to, and was soon encased inside a mountain of ice. In the real world, the ox merely dropped on its belly. Let's hope this guy won't give us any more trouble, Shisui said, as he walked towards the downed animal. There has to be a way to undo the summon dash. That moment, the ox quickly got back on its hooves, and slammed Shisui with a hit of its snout, sending him flying against a nearby building. Shisui! Shizun screamed in horror. The young woman dropped what she was doing, and rushed towards her husband. Shizun-sensei, wait! Sakura called out. Watch out! In her distress, Shizun didn't realize that the giant ox was charging towards her. The medic nin turned at the incoming animal in horror, now regretting being so rash and wondering what she could do to avoid being trampled to death. Fortunately, just seconds before the giant ox could stomp on Shizun, a dragon-shaped lightning bolt fell from the skies into the ox, like the divine punishment of a wrathful god. The lightning attack carried so much power, the ox was instantly unsummoned. The ox dealt with, Sasuke landed beside his sensei. Thank goodness I had prepared that Kirin a moment ago, Sasuke mentioned. Are you okay, Shizun-sensei? I could be worse if it wasn't for you, Shizun thanked the Uchiha. Now come on, we need to get Shisui some help. Suddenly, there was a huge tremor, and a building near them collapsed just as a massive red and black centipede emerged under it, sending several pieces of debris falling at the medic nin and the Uchiha, forcing them to jump in different directions. Taking advantage of their predicament, the centipede lunged at Sasuke, who struggled to get back on his feet. Sasuke-kun! Shizun shouted. But just like how Sasuke had saved Shizun at the last possible moment, karma repaid Sasuke in full when Tsunade, leaping out of nowhere, landed on the centipede's head with a powerful kick, sinking the giant arthropod into the ground, before it was finally dispelled. Tsunade-sama! Shizun cried, as she ran towards her master. Oh, thank goodness that you're here. Tsunade nodded, and after helping Sasuke on his feet, both she and Shizun went to retrieve the wounded Shisui. How is the situation here? Tsunade asked. Catastrophic, Shizun told her, sounding exhausted. Not only are the wounded pretty much piling up, but we will quickly run out of medicines, bandages and other essentials if the flow of injured continues like this. Not to mention the constant attacks on the hospital, Sasuke added. We repelled this wave, but I'm sure another one will be coming in less than 5 minutes. Tsunade nodded once again, and wordlessly, she bit her thumb, before making 5 hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Tsunade slammed her palm into the ground, summoning Katsuya the giant slug. Said slug looked around, as if assessing the situation. Tsunade-sama, what can I do for you? Katsuya asked. It seems that Konoha is under another invasion. That's correct, old friend, Tsunade sadly confirmed. I need you to split and heal as many Konoha ninjas as possible. I'll transfer you as much chakra as possible. Consider it done, Tsunade-sama. Katsuya said, before splitting in multiple, much smaller clones of herself, one of them small enough to ride on Tsunade's shoulder. This should alleviate some of our forces, Tsunade said, before her eyes rested on Shizun again. Shizun, continue treating the wounded while the other ninjas protect the hospital. I need to go to the hospital to check something. Very well, Tsunade-sama, Shizun replied with a nod. You can count on us. Tsunade nodded, and she rushed towards the hospital. People there greeted her warmly, praising how that, now that she was here, their jobs would be much easier, but Tsunade ignored them, for there was only one thing in her mind. She climbed the stairs as fast as she could, until she reached the floor she was looking for. Once there, not going any slower, moved towards a certain door, before opening it. She gasped in horror to see the room empty. No! She screamed. Her son was nowhere to be found. Ice release, certain kill ice spears. Frost and snowflakes started to gather in a whirlwind around Haku, before condensing for a single moment, and exploding into a mass of large ice spikes. A group of charging white Zetsu clones were unlucky enough to be skewered by said spikes, ending their lives in an instant. "Haku, watch out!" The ice ninja heard Kurane warning him. Turning around, he saw even more Zetsus charging at him. Fortunately for Haku, his sensei was already making the next move. Earth Release, Earth Dome Jutsu. Sand, pebbles, and dirt started to gather around Haku, forming a whirlwind not unlike his previous attack, before condensing and compressing into a dome around the land of water native. The white Zetsu clones slammed their faces against the sudden barrier. Lightning Release, Thunder Arrow. Using her chakra bow, Hinata fired several arrows made of pure lightning at the momentarily dazed white Zetsus with utmost accuracy, piercing spots the Hyuga clan head had correctly guessed were vital, guesses that were proven correct when the Zetsu clones dropped dead. The earth dome quickly dissolved into sand and dirt that was quickly blown away by an incoming breeze. "Thank you, Kurane-sensei," Hinata-san, the ice ninja said, as he pulled out his own chakra bow as well. "This is insane. Not even Orochimaru's invasion was this brutal. It seems that Akatsuki is throwing everything they have at us," Kurane replied, as she looked at the destruction that was happening around them, and frowned. "They won't stop at anything until they get their hands on the remaining Jinchuriki. Speaking of which, Hinata-san, where is Naruto-kun?" Haku asked the Hyuga. I don't know," Hinata said, shaking her head. "When the Akatsuki attacked, I met a clone of him. He said that the real one needed to go to his house to do something, but I didn't see him since then. We can't take any risks. Check his house and see if he's still there," Kurane ordered the Hyuga. "We need both to keep Naruto safe, and his power as well if we want to repel this invasion." Hinata nodded, and directed her expanded sight towards the Senju residence. But much to Hinata's shock, Naruto was nowhere to be seen. "He isn't there?" Hinata panicked. She then started to scan the rest of the village, but with all the fights going on, it was going to be quite the task to find her boyfriend. I can't find him." "There's no way Akatsuki had captured him already," Haku firmly stated. "No, they're clearly looking for him, or else they would be focusing all their efforts on Fu," Kurane pointed out. "And there's no way Naruto decided to leave the village. He has to be somewhere. Speaking of Fu, is she alright? The Akatsuki didn't capture her already, did they?" Haku asked. Pausing her search for Naruto, Hinata quickly found Fu, fighting in the sky above the village against the airborne puppets. However, that wasn't going to be the only enemy she was going to face. "I see her," Hinata said, before her eyes grew wide. "And I see Tonari too. She's going after her. There's no way Fu can defeat that man on her own. Not after unlocking so much power of the Tenseigan. Go and help her, Hinata," Kurane told the Hyuga. She placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, leave Naruto to Haku and I. I promise you we'll find him and keep him safe." A bit hesitantly, Hinata nodded, before flying into the sky, ready to fight Tonari one more time. If there was one good thing that Fu's rash decision of shooting into the sky in order to fight the airborne puppets, was that she managed to draw their attention, and thus they were no longer bombarding the village from above. On top of that, Fu made sure to fly above them so their chakra blasts wouldn't hit the village below. "Come on, you plastic-brained idiots. Let's see if you can catch me," Fu taunted, as she flew around them as fast as she could. The taunt's reply came in the form of a barrage of golden chakra bolts aimed at her. Still, none of them found their mark, as Fu made an astounding display of agility, moving from side to side at an almost imperceptible speed, expertly dodging the incoming projectiles, while she got close to them. "Drop dead!" Fu yelled, as he smashed both the puppet and the mechanical bird he was riding with a single, devastating punch. Following this, Fu would move to the next flying puppet, which she would smash to bits in one punch again, then to the next, and the next, and the next. "Fu, watch out, from both above and below," Shino warned her, as the Abarame flew close to her atop his beetle summon. Quickly looking up and down, Fu realized the flying puppets were trying to surround them. She would have fell prey to an ambush if she didn't got a heads up from her boyfriend. "Very well then, I'll create an opening," Fu said, as she made a hand seal. I'll deal with the guys above, you get the guys below. Understood, Shino agreed, as he maneuvered the betel down. Fu then clapped her hands together, as she opened her mouth as wide as possible. Hiding in scale powder jutsu. Fu exhaled from her mouth a huge cloud of glittering powder, and after a few seconds, produced such a bright flash of light that it blinded pretty much all of those caught between them. Besides Fu, who was immune to her own jutsu, the only one unaffected was Shino, thanks to the shades he was wearing, and Mushiko Ahi, whose eyes were closed as instructed by Shino, leaving them an open field to attack. Let's end them in one single blow, Shino said, as he spread his arms, and a cloud of beetles emerged from under his sleeves, quickly covering the blinded puppets. Shino then made a hand seal. A Barame secret art, giant beetle growth. The designated beetles for the jutsu quickly grew to the size of a large dog. And since said beetles had been placed inside the puppets, the sudden growth destroyed the mechanical construct from the inside out almost immediately, while leaving Shino now with a squad of gigantic insects. The flying puppets above didn't fare much better against Fu. It seemed the Jinchuriki was bored of tearing them apart with her bare hands, so she resorted to ninjutsu in order to accelerate things. She flew towards one of the puppets as tornadoes started to form around her arms. Hurricane punch. The wind-enhanced punch destroyed the puppet even faster than her normal punches, reducing it to even smaller shards of scrap. The punch also produced an air shockwave that shattered the other puppets flying close to him. Good, soon there won't be any of these guys bothering us anymore, Fu said, as she proceeded to trash the last remaining airborne puppets. It was that moment that she saw a golden light from the corner of her eyes. Her instincts pretty much screamed at her to move aside, and thankfully she did. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Fu moved just in time before a golden beam of chakra coming from below could hit her. The Takikunoichi could feel the heat and sheer power that radiated from the beam of chakra. Had it hit her, she wasn't sure she could have survived that. You have keen senses, Jinchuriki, a new voice said. Fu turned around, and saw a pale-skinned man with white hair, and the same eyes as Hinata and Hanabi, wearing an Akatsuki robe, floating in front of her. Aren't you supposed to capture me alive? Fu asked, a bit indignant. I am. I'm positive you would have survived that blast, the man replied. I'm usually very good at gauging my opponent's strength and choosing how much power should I use to end the fight. You are Tonari, aren't you? Shino said, as he and his giant betel appeared beside Fu. Naruto told us about you. The Atsutsuki clan member who wanted to abduct Hinata. I'm sure that truant said nothing but lies about me. Oh, who cares, Tonari said, shaking his head. Soon he will be out of the picture, and no one shall stop me from claiming Hinata as my wife. Unfortunately, Akatsuki also wants you as well. Nothing personal, girl, we just do what needs to be done. Tonari. A female voice shouted. Ah, Hinata, Tonari said in delight, without turning at her. Hinata could sense his Tensagen focusing on her. Such impeccable timing. Fear not, I'll be with you once I'm done with the Jinchuriki. Just for once, I agree with you, Hinata replied, as she scowled at the Atsutsuki. It was good that I arrived before you could hurt Fusan or Shino-kun, . You plan to fight against me, Hinata? Tonari asked, almost in a mocking tone. I'm afraid it won't do you any good. I'm sure your sister must have told you how much my powers have grown since our last meeting. Hinata gritted her teeth, as she was forced to admit that he was right. Hanabi had told her how Tonari had evolved the Tensagen Chakra cloak to the next level, giving him and his abilities a considerable boost. Chief among them being doubling the number of truth-seeking balls he could summon. She won't fight you alone. A third voice said. Hinata's eyes opened in shock as Hanabi appeared beside her. Hanabi-chan. What are you doing here? An alarmed Hinata asked. This man is dangerous. I know. But you won't be able to beat him alone, Hanabi replied. If we join forces, our powers might be able to match his. Your naivete is adorable, Hanabi, Tonari chuckled, shaking his head. You know, I've been thinking what I could do with you. Given that you also have a Tensagen as well, it would be a waste to kill you. Then it hit me, there's nothing that stops me from marrying you as well. Between the three of us, we could produce the greatest dynasty that shall rule the earth once Akatsuki purifies this decadent world. If you think I'm going to let you touch any of them, Fu hissed, her fists clenching, as red chakra started to form around her body. Then you're way dumber than you think. Fu. Shino said. Shino, things are going to get really ugly, and I have the feeling this guy is on a completely different level, Fu said, without turning her head to look at him. I can't fight and protect you at the same time. Shino wanted nothing but protest, to say that he didn't need protecting, and that the two of them would fight together. But alas, logic has always been a huge part of the Abarame psyche, so Shino didn't say any of that. I understand, was what he said. Please be careful. I will, Fu replied, her body now covered in tailed beast chakra, looking how Shino returned to the village. Her eyes then landed on Hinata and Hanabi. Hey, Sky Sisters, ready to give this idiot the beating of his life? I'm more than ready, Hinata replied. You're going to pay for what you did to Hagane, Hanabi hissed at him. Tonari merely smiled, and chuckled in a condescending manner. Very well then. Come at me with all you have. Tonari said in a taunting fashion. I want to see what my future wives are capable of. Meanwhile, in another part of Konoha, a gigantic rhino with Rinnegan eyes plowed through the streets, trampling both ninja, civilians, and white Zetsu alike, while also taking down any building that so much graced it with its skin. Fortunately, there was somebody who was about to stop that beast. Alright brats, that's our target. Anko said, pointing out at the crouching rhino. You want us to fight that thing? A shocked and justifiable terrified Zaku asked. Anko shook her head. No, I know you wouldn't be able to do a thing about that. Leave that to me, just make sure the civilians are okay and that no white naked guys gets in the way. Yes, ma'am. Her three students said, as they went to fight the nearby white Zetsu clones. Anko, meanwhile, bit her thumb, while making 5 hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Anko slammed her hand into the ground, producing a huge burst of smoke, and from said cloud of smoke, a gigantic snake with dark blue skin appeared. Anko-sama, your orders? The giant snake asked. See that rhino over there, Aida? Anko asked, pointing at the charging animal. I need you to help me send it where it came from. Understood, Aida laconically replied. Hold on. The giant snake swiftly lunged at the incoming rhino. The rhino, in return, tried to skewer Aida, but the snake was much limber and managed to dodge the attack. Anko decided to use that moment to make her attack, and jumped from the snake's head, while making several hand seals. Fire release, blazing snake. Anko fired a stream of fire that, like the name implied, took the shape of a snake. The fire snake zigzagged its way towards the rhino, before blasting against one of its eyes, making the summoned animal to bellow in pain. Now the other one. Anko said, while landing on the animal's forehead, just between the eyes. Hidden shadow snake hands. Multiple snakes shot from under Anko's sleeve, aiming for the other, still unhurt eye. The rhino was forced to close its other eye before the snakes could damage it, but even then it could still feel the pain as dozens of venomous fangs dig into its eyelid. Blinded and in pain, the giant rhino started to trash wildly. Aida, now! Anko commanded. Swiftly slithering towards the rhino, Aida wrapped his body against the Rinnegan-wielding animal, immobilizing it completely. Good job, Aida. Squeeze it until it dies or the summon it's undone, whatever comes first. Anko cheered the giant snake. I shall do as you say, the snake said, as he tried to increase the pressure as much as he could. Something then caught his eye. Anko-sama, we might be in trouble now. Looking at the direction from which Aida was looking, Anko saw a colossal bird with a massive, drill-shaped beak diving towards them, probably trying to release its partner. Oh shit! Anko cursed, before jumping to a nearby roof. I'll try to keep it away from you, Aida. Summoning jutsu. Suddenly, a colossal toad appeared just above the giant bird, falling down and taking the giant flyer under its weight. The bird caught in pain before the damage the sheer weight of the toad was causing was too much to sustain, and was promptly unsummoned. A few seconds later, the giant rhino also succumbed to Aida's hold, and disappeared in a cloud of smoke as well. HN. Never thought I'd see the day in which a toad would help me, Aida commented in a neutral tone. I'm not exactly happy helping your kind either, so show some gratitude. The giant toad fired back. Gamabunta, enough. The man atop the toad's head, Jiraiya spoke. We're all on the same side here. Please put aside your antagonism for snakes. Yes, don't make me go down there, boy. Shima said in a tone of a mother chastising her misbehaving son. Humph. Gamabunta grunted, as he crossed his arms. Hokage-sama. Anko shouted, as she rushed towards him. Jiraiya jumped from Gamabunta's head, and went to meet the special Jonin. Anko, what's the situation here? Jiraiya asked. Those things are making a number on the village, Anko began. Even if we win, the collateral damage is going to leave the village looking like shit. The fastest way to deal with these summoned animals is to find and defeat the summoner, Jiraiya told Anko. That way, we can deal with all of them in one go. Easier said than done. Any idea of who he is? Anko asked. Yes. But finding him won't be easy, with all the chaos dash. Then let me save you the trouble, Jiraiya-sensei, a deep, male voice said, drawing the attention of both Jiraiya and Anko. Turning around, Hokage and Special Jonin saw Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. Or better said, all 6 bodies that composed his being, with Konan joining them shortly after. You know why I'm here, sensei, the main Pain said in his cold and emotionless voice. Hand me the 2 Jinchuriki immediately, or by the end of the day, your village will be nothing more than a smoking ruin. Jiraiya's eyes were wide open in shock upon seeing Yahiko and Konan, 2 of his beloved students, looking at him with cold, dead eyes. The Hokage thought that he was mentally prepared for this moment, but that wasn't true. I didn't want to believe it was true, but now. Jiraiya mumbled. Yahiko. Konan. I'm sorry. I failed you. We don't want your apologies, sensei, Konan harshly interceded. The Jinchuriki. Now. There was a moment of silence, in which Jiraiya's face adopted a contemplative, almost meditative expression, as if he was pondering their demands, much to Anko's shock. Hokage-sama, you won't be thinking in dash, Anko began. Yes, I failed you. The fact that you're part of Akatsuki is the proof, Jiraiya sadly admitted. Then, his expression changed to one of determination. However, I can't let my past failures to keep making new ones. Konoha is my home, and everybody who live on it, Jinchuriki or not, are under my protection. So if you want to take Naruto and Fu, you'll have to kill me first. Pain, however, looked undeterred. So be it then, sensei, was all what Pain said. Chapter 84. The Akatsuki Invasion, Part 2. Or. The most powerful bloodline limit. Jiraiya and Anko were standing in front of the 6 paths of Pain plus Konan, both parties involved tensed up, waiting for the other to make the other move. Still, Jiraiya wasn't ready to fight. At least, not yet. He needed some answers first. I can't understand it, what happened to you? Why did you end up joining Akatsuki? Jiraiya asked, some sadness seeping through his voice. We didn't join Akatsuki, sensei, it was Konan who replied, taking a step forward. Akatsuki is our very own creation. A tool that will shape the world into a place where conflict does not exist, where no children will have to see their parents getting murdered before their very eyes, a place where revenge and suffering won't be allowed to exist. Exactly, Pain agreed. Sensei, you said you wanted to bring peace to the ninja world. But all your efforts have been in vain. Even with all the power you now possess as Hokage, the world isn't much better than it was 20 years ago. The apprentices shall succeed where the master failed. You call this to make the world a more peaceful place? An outraged Jiraiya shouted, spreading his arms around in order to emphasize the wanton destruction going around him. It seems that my failure as your teacher was even greater than I thought if you got that idea from me. Sometimes, sacrifices are needed in order to obtain a better tomorrow, Pain rebutted. Yes, this is a war, I won't deny it. And many people will die. But it's a war to end all wars. Once Akatsuki is victorious, conflict will be a thing of the past. It's not that easy, and you know it, Jiraiya angrily replied. The people you are killing today have loved ones. Loved ones that, even if you soused at the end of the day, will seek revenge on you, feeding the cycle of hatred that plagues the ninja world. That's why conflict cannot be ended with more conflict. Yes, I'm aware of that possibility. But once our plan sousts, such thing will be irrelevant, Pain replied. Because what are a bunch of people seeking revenge compared to the power once wielded to the Sage of the Six Paths? So, that's your end game? To use the power of the Ten Tails to impose peace by force? Jiraiya asked. Peace imposed by force is a better alternative than letting conflict to happen freely, Konan stepped in. No, it isn't. Peace can't never be forced, it's something that can only be achieved once all the parts of a conflict reach an understanding, Jiraiya rebutted. Otherwise, you aren't eliminating conflict, just pushing it under the rug. It will do nothing but fester and grow up, until it can't be hidden anymore. In the current situation, maybe. But like I said before, it won't happen in the new world order Akatsuki is planning to create, Pain reiterated. Enough chit-chat, sensei, you know what we want. Give us the Jinchura key of this village, and we shall leave in peace. You know I can't do that, Yahiko, Jiraiya replied, before he raised an eyebrow. Or is it Nagato? Neither Yahiko nor Nagato exist anymore, sensei. Only Pain remains, Pain ominously replied, as he took a step forward. Pain that you, too, shall experience. Hokage-sama? Anko asked. Your orders. Anko, we are about to fight somebody who wields the most powerful bloodline limit that has ever existed, Jiraiya grimly warned her. My advice would be to stand back and support me from afar, or else you might end up dead. I can't fight and protect you at the same time. Anko couldn't help but sigh in resignation. This is like Orochimaru's invasion all over again. Don't beat yourself for this, Anko. No ninja expects to face an enemy of this caliber in their lives, Jiraiya reassured her. All right. I'll try to help as much as I can without getting in the way, Anko told him. One of the Pains, the one with the ponytail, started to fly make hand seals, as he prepared to use his only jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Slamming his palm in the floor twice, Ponytail Pain summoned a gigantic, multi-headed dog with maroon fur and Rinnegan eyes, as well as an equally massive crustacean. So, that's the body that can summon giant beasts to battle. All those other animals wreaking havoc around us must be his doing then. Though I doubt he has that many summons in reserve, meaning that he can't summon more without recalling them from their original positions. And if I can kill him, the summons will be cancelled, Jiraiya quickly analyzed. Gamabunta. Go for the crab. That dog will create clones of itself if it's struck with a bladed weapon. Leave that to us then. Aida. Anko shouted. The toad and the snake lunging forward, Gamabunta delivering a swing of his sword at the giant crustacean, which grabbed the blade with one of its claws, while Aida wrapped himself against the dog, who trashed wildly in an attempt to free itself from the giant snake. At that point, Puppet Pain decided to attack. He detached his left forearm from the rest of the arm, which was connected by a long cluster of segmented missiles. Said missiles quickly took off, flying at Jiraiya and Anko. Jiraiya quickly countered that attack with a jutsu of his own. Earth Release, Earth-style wall. Slamming both hands into the ground, and pouring nature energy into the jutsu, Jiraiya erected a massive wall between himself and his enemies, the wall being twice as tall and thick as they normally were. There were several explosions that caused a small tremor, but the wall resisted. Jiraiya-chan, above you. Shima shouted. Jiraiya looked up and saw Konan floating above him, having just finished to prepare a jutsu. Paper drizzle. From her paper wings, Konan fired a massive barrage of paper darts at Jiraiya and Anko. Fortunately, Anko was quick enough to prepare a counter-attack. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire. Anko breathed a massive stream of fire at the incoming paper, but for some reason, not only she failed to counter the attack, but the paper barrage was slowly pushing the fire back at her, much to her shock. Anko, jump back. Jiraiya shouted. Both him and Anko jumped in different directions, as they ran away from the rain of paper projectiles, that fell with a force strong enough to shatter the ground. The fuck? Papers are supposed to burn. Anko protested. How is that bitch able to dash? Shima, I need some oil. Jiraiya called. You got it, boy. Shima replied, as her dulap swelled, before releasing a wide stream of oil at the incoming paper darts, stopping them on their tracks, and even carrying enough momentum to continue flying towards Konan. Anko, again. The two of us together. Jiraiya told her. Anko nodded, as both she and Jiraiya started to make hand seals. Fire release, flame toad bullet. Fire release, great dragonfly dash. However, only Jiraiya was able to use fire to ignite the oil, as Anko was attacked from the side by one of the pains, the one with long, loose hair, as he tried to skewer Anko with a sharp black rod he produced from under his sleeve. Shit. Anko cursed, as she barely parried the blow with a kunai. Her enemy continued delivering vicious swings at her, making her to take a step back with each attack she parried. Shit, shit, shit. Anko, behind you. Jiraiya warned. Anko quickly looked back to see another pain, one with broad shoulders and a very unfriendly face, about to attack her with one of those black rods. Oh shit. Anko shouted once again, as she made a hand seal just before the two pain bodies skewered her. The moment the black rods pierced her body, Anko quickly melted into a puddle of mud, causing the two paths of pain to frantically look around in different directions. The real Anko appeared from behind a mountain of rubble, and launched her attack. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Once again, more snakes shot from under Anko's sleeve, ready to dig their fangs into the burly pain, the one who had her back turned at her. But much to her surprise, her would-be victim ducked in the last second. The other pain rushed towards her, forcing her into the defensive once again. What the? How the hell did he know I was going to attack? Anko said, as she and the other two pains traded jabs. Come on you dips hits, get woe. Anko was interrupted when she felt a long tongue wrapping around her waist, and pulling her upwards towards the roof of a nearby building with such strength, one could mistake said tongue for a steel cable attached to a crane. When her feet touched solid ground again, she saw she was besides the Hokage, and it was the small toad on his shoulder who pulled her back. Good job, Ma, Jiraiya told the toad. Yeah, nice save there, Granny, Anko thanked her. Don't mention it, the old toad replied. Come on kids, you need to step up your game. Those guys are kicking your asses. We noticed, Ma, thanks for the observation, Jiraiya replied, rolling his eyes. In case you didn't hear me before, we're fighting against somebody who wields the most powerful bloodline limit to ever exist, so cut us some slack. It seems that the intel we have on those guys isn't even complete, Anko pointed out. That Rinnegan allows them to see in an area around them, kinda like the Byakugan. Naruto told me something similar when they fought him in the past, Jiraiya said, rubbing his chin. Albeit I don't think it's the case, since they sometimes managed to catch them off guard quite a few times. What can it be, then? Anko asked. But Anko got no question when the 6 paths of pain landed in the same roof behind them, forcing the 2 Konoha ninja to turn back and adopt a fighting stance. You can't escape from me, sensei, the main pain said in a menacing tone. The Jinchuriki is your adopted son, yes? If you refuse to tell me where is he hiding, then if I make you scream in agony, he shall come to me. You're very bold of you to make such claim, Nagato. Rinnegan or not, you're way above your head, Jiraiya told him back. It's you who's over your head, sensei, Pain said, staking a step forward, while raising a palm at him. You're the one willing to fight a god, after all. Meanwhile, at another part of Konoha, Kisame continued his duel with Team Guy. What it used to be a street was now nothing but mountains of rubble flooded by water, thanks to all the collateral damage of the battle. For most part, Guy and Lee engaged the Akatsuki in hand-to-hand combat, while Neji and Tenten supported them from afar, trying to capitalize any opening. Water release, multiple shark bullets. After finishing the hand sequence, a multitude of globs of water shot towards all members of Team Guy, taking the shape of ravenous sharks, their jaws full of teeth wide open and ready to taste the flesh of the Konoha ninja. And, as they defended from Kisame's attack, the shark ninja dashed forward, going past Guy and Lee, and heading towards Neji. In less than 2 seconds, he was already besides him. You go down first, Hyaga. Kisame laughed, as he brought down Samehada. I don't think so. Niji started to rapidly spin as he released chakra from every point of his body, until he turned into a chakra dome. Heavenly spin. The dome started to splash water everywhere, and in a few seconds those splashes became waves. Kisame tried to push his sword with greater strength, as the two opposed forces grinded against each other. But in the end, Niji's defense coupled with the generated waves won out the struggle, with Samehada being unable to absorb the chakra that moved that fast, and was blown away from Kisame's hands. Good job, Niji. Tenten praised, as she leaped above the now unarmed Akatsuki, while unfurling a medium-sized scroll. Now's the chance to take him down. Manipulated tools, electric steel rain. Multiple kunao, shuriken, swords and other bladed weapons rained upon Kisame. And much to his chagrin, said weapons were all crackling with electricity, meaning that he wouldn't just get cut if he was hit. Still, Kisame managed to dodge all the weapons in an impressive display of agility, even making use of backflips and side flips for added flair. Incredible. I never thought a guy his size could be so fast, Tenten said, panting a little. Not bad. Your teamwork is excellent. I think I can consider you a worthy challenge, Kisame praised, as he held out his hand. But that doesn't mean that you'll walk out of this as the winners. As if it was pulled by an invisible string, Samehada flew towards Kisame like a missile, the shark man grinning in anticipation as his lost sword came back to him. Not so fast. Guy loudly shouted, falling from above, as he stomped the flying sword so hard, not only its momentum was stopped, but it was even buried underwater with a great splash. Maybe we can't use this sword ourselves, but we can still stop you from using it. Lee, Niji, Tenten, go. YOSH. You got it, Guy-sensei. Lee shouted, he dashed towards Kisame. Gate of Pain, open. With the additional power boost of the fourth gate, Lee turned into a green blur, constantly dashing towards Kisame and delivering punches and kicks fast enough not to give the Akatsuki any time to counter. Still, the Akatsuki member was able to block most of Lee's hits, who failed to hit any vital spot. Amazing, even with 4 gates open, he can still keep up with me. Lee thought, though he was also rather eager to fight such a challenging enemy. Should I go for the 5th one? Lee, watch out. Niji warned, snapping Lee from his thoughts. Below you. Huh? The green-clad ninja asked. But it was too late. A Kisame clone formed below him, and pulled him down underwater. Lee tried to push him away, but even with his boosted strength, being underwater greatly slowed down his movements. And much to his horror, the Kisame clone wasn't the only threat, a couple of hungry-looking sharks swiftly swam towards him. Lee! Niji cried, as he rushed towards what he presumed was the real Kisame. Release him at once. Care about yourself first, Hyaga, Kisame said with a chuckle, as he finished another hand seal sequence. Water release, water dragon bullet. The water behind Kisame rose in the form of a spiraling pillar. And from said pillar, a serpentine dragon emerged, before lunging at Niji, letting out a distorted roar. Niji was forced to stop and counter-attack. Gate of opening, open. Niji cried, as his body flared with a green glow. Multiple vacuum palms. Niji thrust his palms back and forth, firing a barrage of vacuum shells at the dragon. Seeing that the dragon was pushing through, Niji increased the intensity and speed of his palms thrusts, generating even more vacuum missiles. His efforts paid off as the dragon was successfully repelled and destroyed. Unfortunately, the attack was a mere distraction. Even if he had his Byakugan activated, Niji was so focused on the water dragon, he didn't notice Kisame dashing past him until it was too late, heading towards his true target from the very beginning. Guy-sensei, he's coming for you. Niji cried. Meanwhile, the green-clad Jonin was trying to keep Samehada at bay, which was a much harder task than it could appear at first glance. Samehada would sprout spikes on its handle if Guy tried to grab it, while making its extremely sharp scales grow if Guy tried to touch any other part. Thus, Guy was pretty much reduced to kicking and punching the sword whenever it tried to return to its master. Water release, water bullet. Guy, fortunately, heard Niji's warning, and had ample opportunity to avoid Kisame's attack. On the other hand, that meant that there was nothing between Kisame and his sword, and soon the two of them were reunited once again. I admit that your strategy was a sound one, Kisame praised, as he made a couple of one-handed swings in the air. But as you can see, nothing can keep me away from Samehada for long. Rather than looking annoyed or frustrated, Guy smirked. That sword is sure something, isn't it? Indeed. Samehada's already transferring me the chakra he absorbed from you while you were trying to futilely keep it away from me, Kisame stated, as he rested his sword over his shoulder. The longer you take to defeat me, the smaller the chances of such thing happening. I see, Guy said, looking a little pensive. If that's the case, then I'll have to beat you with my next move. Oh? And what move will that be, Taijutsu specialist? Kisame asked, genuinely curious. Still, the Akatsuki didn't drop his guard, and prepared for pretty much anything. I shall incinerate you with my flames of youth. No matter how proficient you are with water ninjutsu, you won't be able to put them out. Gate of view, open. Guy's body exuded so much chakra, it started to blow gusts of wind in every direction, as his skin turned dark red and his eyes opened completely wide. Guy then dashed towards Kisame, the sheer speed carved a path in the water, with the shark ninja almost unable to see him. Wah! Kisame babbled, as he raised his sword in order to block the incoming attack. Guy delivered a swift kick to Kisame's chin, sending the Akatsuki flying upwards, before the green-clad Jonin leaped into the air, passing Kisame, and readied to deliver his attack. Shit, this is bad. Samehada! Kisame cried as he tried to put the sword before the incoming onslaught. Morning Peacock! Guy delivered a brutal flurry of punches so fast, his fists were nothing but red blurs. The speed of each punch was such that due to the air friction, it produced a fireball with each hit. The flying fireballs created a fan of flames around Kisame, looking almost a bird made of fire with its wings spread out. Guy finished his combo by kicking Kisame in the chest, sending him flying back to the water with a loud splash. Guy landed on his feet, but as soon as the effects of the 8 gates kicked in, his body returned to normal, and dropped to one knee. Did I expend more chakra than I thought? Guy wondered, panting. Guy-sensei! Lee cried, as he and his teammates went to check his master. Kisame, meanwhile, stayed underwater for the time being. His whole body hurt as if he had been trampled by a stampede of wild boars. His Akatsuki cloak had been completely burned and teared apart, now only a few tatters remaining. Fortunately, not only he was able to use Samehada to block some of the damage, but the sword had managed to absorb some of Guy's chakra whenever his fists touched the sword, which was now being used to nurse his wounds. I don't think I've ever experienced an attack that brutal before, Kisame reflected, as his body slowly recovered. He realized Guy's state, and smirked. That idiot, he used a technique that would let him completely drained and defenseless. He gambled and lost. Now, it's about time to end this. Feeling confident with the amount of recovered chakra, Kisame dashed out of the water towards the now defenseless Guy. You're mine. Kisame said with a predatory glee. I can assure you he's not. Another voice said. Suddenly, Rock Lee appeared between Guy and Kisame, as he delivered a roundhouse kick at the shark ninja, who was forced to back off. Lee continued his assault of punches and mostly kick combos, before standing on his hands, spreading his legs, and spinning around himself. Konoha reverse whirlwind. Lee spun at such speed, he even formed a tornado around himself, which pushed Kisame backwards. At that point, Tenten appeared just behind him, her body glowing with a green aura, and a huge sword on each hand. Raging Blade Storm. Tenten started to spin as well, turning herself into a razor-sharp tornado. Pumping chakra into his feet, Kisame leaped away before he could be skewered. He thought that he had avoided her attack, but he noticed that cuts were starting to open in both his arms and his chest. Vacuum Blade Palm. While still midair, Kisame saw several blades of vacuum flying at him, fired by Niji. Using Samehada, Kisame was able to deflect the first two, but the third one blew the sword out of his hand, as the two of them fell to the water below with a splash. Good one, Niji. Lee praised, giving his teammate a thumbs up. Time to finish that oversized piece of sushi off, Tenten declared. Suddenly, the water flooding the wrecked streets started to roar, before its level started to decrease, slowly but surely. What's going on? Tenten asked, keeping her guard up. Niji. Kisame is trying to escape by going underground, Niji told them, as he saw the shark man digging away. And since he used his chakra to create and maintain all this water, it's disappearing now that Kisame is no longer here. Should we go after him? Lee asked. Niji shook his head. No. We have plenty of things to do here. We need to protect the civilians, as well as deal with the enemies still attacking the village. Not to mention, we need to take Guy-sensei to a safe place. Lee said. No, I'm okay, the green-clad Jonin said, as he stood back on his feet. Using the sixth gate left me a bit drained. I may not be able to help much, but I can still defend myself. You don't have to concern yourself with me. But Guy-sensei Lee tried to protest, before Guy raised a hand to silence him. I appreciate your thought, Lee, but remember, you're no longer a genin. You need to know who needs to be protected the most, Guy replied. And right now, the civilians and the wounded take far more priority than me. You're right, Guy-sensei, Lee said, before giving Guy a thumbs up, his face radiating determination. We won't let you down, Guy-sensei. You can count on us. I'm seeing a group of ninjas escorting a civilian group towards one of the bunkers, Niji stated, as his Byakugan scanned the nearby area. However, the white Zetsu clones are giving them some trouble. Then that's where we need to go, Tenten said, with her male teammates nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, not far away from there, Dosu, Zaku and Kin were fighting a bunch of white Zetsu clones, alongside a couple of chakra golems. So far, they managed to clear a street of them, which could be used as a safe passage for civilians. However, Dosu would soon find out that it wouldn't remain safe for long. I'm hearing multiple steps coming to this direction, Dosu warned his teammates. They appear to be more white Zetsu. Ha! Let them come. We'll blast them into bits like we did with their friends. Zaku boasted, hitting his fists together. And just like Dosu said, a horde of white Zetsu clones made itself known in no time, letting out multiple yells and cries as they charged forward. I'll stop them in their tracks, Kin said, as she took a step forward, while making several hand seals. Demonic illusion, spiraling vertigo. The genjutsu took hold of the Zetsu, at least those in the first lines of attack, and they quickly tripped and fell to the floor on their faces as if they were drunk. They tried to get up, but slippered and fell again, much to their still unaffected brother's frustration. You're under a genjutsu, idiots. Dispel it. One white Zetsu said. Maybe we should liberate them ourselves, another clone stated, as he kneeled down beside a fallen clone, touched his back, and sent a disruptive wave of chakra through his body. Oh no, I won't let you, Zaku said as he aimed his hands forward, decapitating airwaves. Zaku two streams of pressurized air and sound waves from the holes of his palms, blasting both the incapacitated and able Zetsu clones away, though those standing the furthest weren't hit by the radius of the attack. Good job. It seems you were able to back your boasts this time, Kin praised her teammate with a rogue smirk. Yeah, I know, right? Zaku replied, before Kin's words sunk in, and frowned. Hey, what do you mean this time? Guys, jump to the side, Dosu warned, as he charged towards them. The two of them were startled by the sudden cry of alarm, but managed to did so just in time, as a couple of white Zetsu clones emerged from below them, and tried and failed to grab their legs. Underground sonic boom. Dosu slammed both his melody gauntlets into the ground between the Zetsu, sending a powerful sonic blast that ripped the ground apart, killing the aritfical creatures almost instantly. How many times do I need to tell you not to lower your guard? Dosu asked, his voice sounding a little frustrated. Stay alert, here they come, more of them. And indeed, since Zaku had only been able to destroy the first few lines, more white Zetsu remained in the further back, which took note of Zaku's wide area of attack, and were now advancing by crawling through the walls of the buildings that made up the street, something that wasn't lost on the spiky-haired teenager. Shit. I can't hit all of them at once. Zuko complained, as he tried to decide where should he aim. Not to mention, your attack is going to cause one hell of collateral damage if you aim at those buildings, Kin added. The solution, however, came in the form of the couple of chakra golems, who aimed their cannon forearms at the white Zetsu, before releasing a stream of fire at them, with enough precision to burn the crawling humanoids but only cause minimal damage to the buildings. Seeing their advance foiled, the Zetsu started to fall back. Hell yeah! Zuko said, pumping his fists. Konoha has the coolest toys. I'm so glad we switched sides to them. As Zuko cheered, Doso's ears picked a new enemy arriving. Something is coming. Doso warned. More white Zetsu? Kin asked. No, this is much bigger. Doso said, before turning around and pointing to a nearby building. It's coming from that roof. As soon as his words left his bandaged lips, something that looked like a white Zetsu but was much bigger leaped from the roof of said building, and landed on top of a golem, crushing it into scrap metal almost instantly. The hell? Kin screamed. What the fuck is that? The creature looked like a white Zetsu indeed, but it was far larger. It had a very muscular body, 6 arms, 2 thick legs, and 3 heads mounted on top of each other. The creature turned at the other golem, who raised its flamethrower arm to burn it to a crisp. But the Zetsu mutant was faster, grabbed the arm and ripped it from the body as if it was nothing. Then he used the arm to beat the golem into a pile of scrap. Then, he turned his 3 heads at the former Oto ninjas, who took a step back, and snarled. I think he found the next thing to smash, Kin whimpered. The 3 heads of the monstrous Zetsu said at once as he charged forward. Zuko, Kin, stop him on his tracks. Doso ordered. Very well then, Zuko agreed, not showing the enthusiasm he displayed before taking aim at the hulking Zetsu. Decapitating air waves. The huge Zetsu was hit by the 2 streams of pressurized air and sound waves, but it only succeeded in slowing him down. That moment, Kin decided to make her move, as she picked a bunch of senbon from her ninja tool pouch. Aim for the heads. Doso commanded. Kin nodded, lightning release, electric needle barrage. Kin's hands crackled with electricity, which transferred to the steel needles, before tossing them at the cluster of 3 heads, all of them hitting their mark, with some even stabbing into an eye. The white Zetsu aberration roared in pain, that moment of distraction making him to be pushed back by Zuko's stream. Now's my chance. Doso said, as he dashed forward to his foe, before leaping, landing on the creature's massive shoulder. Resonating sonic cage. Doso slammed both fists against the trio of heads, creating a cage of high-intensity sound waves that constantly clashed and bounced against each other. The sound waves soon started to mess with the heads, which started to swell until they exploded like balloons with too much air inside. The white giant fell forward with a loud thud, as Doso expertly landed back on his feet. Yeah, we did it, Kin said, panting a little. Yeah, nothing can beat us. Zuko said, his pride coming back in full force. As soon as Zuko said that, a huge white meteor landed between them, impacting with so much force it opened a crater and sent the 3 former Oto ninjas flying in different directions. When the cloud of dirt disappeared, they could see it was yet another monstrous white Zetsu. The 3 heads screamed in unison, as the creature charged at Zuko, who was trying to get back on his feet. Zuko, get away from there! Doso cried, as he tried as best as he could to get back on his feet and assist his friend. Raise non. However, just before the monster could get any of his 6 hands on Zuko, yet another white and blue meteor fell, this time landed on the giant creature, the impact creating yet another crater, followed by a chakra explosion that turned the giant Zetsu into white mush, which was splattered everywhere. From the smoke produced by the blast, a lone figure emerged. A young boy with spiky white hair. Hey, are you okay? The newcomer asked. Why you? Zuko said, as he hobbled towards him. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in a coma? Given that I saved your life, a thank you would be appreciated, Hagana said, as he frowned a little while crossing his arms. Thank you for your assistance, Hagana-san, Doso said, bowing his head a little. But my teammate's question remains. When did you get better? Well, you see Hagana. A female voice screamed, as yet a third meteor landed beside them, opening another crater. A very angry-looking blonde woman emerged from that crater. "Oh, hey mom." Hagane nonchalantly greeted Tsunade, who had a small Katsuya clone on her shoulder, who stomped towards him. "What the hell are you doing?" Tsunade roared, as he grabbed her son by his shoulders, and started to shake him. "Leaving the hospital without telling anybody, and going to fight on your own. You could have been seriously hurt." Hagane lowered his head. "I'm sorry mom. When I woke up, I saw through the window that we were under attack, and went to find out what was going on. I was on my way to meet with Kaida and Tenzo-sensei when I run into them. But I understand that I acted rashly and without thinking, something my sister would do. I could have at the very least leave a note." Tsunade's anger mellowed out a little after hearing that explanation, and most importantly, seeing that her son was fine. "All right. I'll let this incident go, given the circumstances," Tsunade replied. "Can you sense your father or Naruto?" Hagane closed his eyes, and made a hand seal. "Dad is at the other side of the village, to the southeast. He's fighting against a very powerful Akatsuki. As for Naruto Naizen, wait, this can't be right, I can't sense him anywhere." "Don't worry about Naruto, I'm sure he's fine," Tsunade confidently said. "Now I need to go and help your father. I'm sure the Akatsuki is fighting against his pain himself. That idiot wants to convince his former apprentice to switch sides and drop Akatsuki, but all what he'll achieve is getting himself killed." "I'm going with you," Hagane stated. "Definitely no, young mister," Tsunade firmly stated. "I'm not going to tell you to find somewhere to hide, but stay away from Akatsuki or any enemy that might prove too much of a challenge, understood?" Hagane sighed in resignation. "Yes, Mom. However, there's something you need to know. It's about one of the Akatsuki, Tonari. The guy who put you in a coma," Tsunade seethed, as she narrowed her eyes. "What about him? I remembered my fight against him. I was able to overcome his truth-seeking balls, and I think I know how," Hagane stated. "I infuse all my moves with Senjutsu Chakra, which makes me realize that maybe that's the key to defeat him. Right now, besides you, the only ones able to use Senjutsu are your father, Naruto, and myself," Tsunade said, placing her hands on her hips. "Your father appears to be busy right now, and I'm not good against aerial opponents. Guess it'll have to be Naruto." "Katsuyu, you heard that?" "Right," Tsunade-sama, the clone on her shoulder replied. "If any of my clones see Naruto, I'll make him know." "Good," Tsunade nodded, before her eyes drifted towards Anko's students, who looked like they've been put through a grinder. "You three, stay with my son and make sure he doesn't try anything stupid." "Come on Mom, I'm not Kaida, I don't need a babysitter," Hagane complained. "And while you're at it, you should heal their wounds as well," Tsunade finished. "Now I don't want to hear that you fought against an Akatsuki on your own, you hear me? All right, see you soon." And with that, Tsunade leaped into the sky, ready to help her husband. Little by little, the Katsuya clones started to spread around the village, quickly healing the wounded and allowing them to return to the battle, or just stopping them from being harmed in the first place so they could fight uninterrupted. One such group was made of Haku and Kurane, alongside several Umbu led by Yojeo, who continued to fight against the horde of white Zetsu clones and the moon puppets, though unfortunately they were being pushed back. Haku pulled his collapsible chakra bow. Ice release, freezing arrow. Haku fired several ice arrows in quick succession at the incoming Zetsu clones. Some of them found their mark, partially freezing the humoid creatures, though some of them were deflected or blocked. Those who managed to avoid the ice arrows continued forward, and 2 of them even managed to go all the way to the ice ninja. "Die!" one of the Zetsus cried, as he leaped at him. Haku muttered a curse as he jumped backwards while generating a spear made of ice in his hand, but such defensive measure was going to prove unnecessary. Hazy Moon Night. The white Zetsu clones were suddenly cut into pieces, just as Yojeo appeared in front of Haku. "You okay?" the purple-haired woman asked. "Yes. Thanks for the help, Yojeo-san," Haku greeted, before his eyes darted again to the Zetsu clones. "Watch out. Let's attack from afar." One of the Zetsu clones commanded, as he and his boarders started to make the same chain of seals. Wood release, wood stake throw. Sharp wooden stakes burst from the Zetsu's bodies, before being fired at great speed at the Konoha ninja, which they tried to either dodge or deflect them, some suiting, others not. Kurane prepared a jutsu to counter this attack. Earth release, earth-style wall. The Genjutsu mistress slammed both hands into the ground, erecting a large wall of earth and rock, which stopped the incoming stakes in its tracks. Unfortunately, it did little to stop the moon puppets to blow it to pieces with their golden chakra blasts, allowing the Zetsu to continue their advance unimpeded. Fall back. Yojeo called, moving back while tossing kunao and shuriken as well. Haku, Kurane called her student. If we can't defeat these enemies in direct combat, then an indirect approach may work. Haku nodded, understanding perfectly what she meant. Everybody, get ready. Things are going to get a little. Haku began, as his lips curved into a small smirk, as he made a single hand seal. Hazy. Hiding in the mist jutsu. A dense fog quickly covered the streets, blinding both friends and foes alike. Quickly, use fire and wind release ninjutsu to dispel this fog. One of the Zetsu commanded. The others nodded in agreement, and made the proper hand seals before expelling from their mouths streams of fire and gusts of wind. But much to their shock, the mist didn't even waver. What's with this mist? One of the clones asked, as a figure appeared behind him, a kunao in their hand. Arg. Son, the screams of the Zetsu clones started to fill the air as they were being picked one by the Konoha ninja, who either were unimpeded by the mist, or could navigate around it thanks to some extraordinary senses. That's it, until one of them realized what was going on. Everybody, listen. The mist won't dispel because it's not real mist. They trapped us in a genjutsu. A white Zetsu clone said in realization, before bringing his hands together in a seal, and sending a burst of chakra through his body. Release. Said action was echoed by the rest of the Zetsu, who started to disturb their chakra as well, and soon, they saw how the mist started to dispel. Yes. They think they could trick us with such a simple genjutsu. One of the Zetsu clones boasted. Before the mist quickly reformed. What? Several Zetsu cried in unison. What's with this genjarg? The Zetsu continued to drop like flies until none of them were left, all of them dying without realizing the truth. While it was true that the mist was a genjutsu, it was one cast by Kurane. Haku had used the real jutsu as well, creating two layers of mist, one illusory and another real. Because as Kurane used to say, the beauty of genjutsu was that it could make you doubt reality itself. Well done, Kurane, Haku. Yojeo praised her friend and her adopted son. Now only the puppets remain. Despite being alone against the Konoha ninjas, the moon puppets showed no signs of falling back, and prepared to attack. Then again, the Konoha ninja wouldn't be able to use the same tactic to beat them, since as inorganic beings that lacked a mind of their own, they weren't affected by genjutsu. Summoning jutsu. Of course, being crushed under the weight of a massive toad suddenly summoned a few meters above their heads was something they weren't unaffected by. Hey there. Naruto said, waving from atop the toad's head, before landing beside Kurane and Haku. Fukazaku, the toad sage, was riding on his back. Sorry for the lateness, hehe. Naruto, where have you been? Kurane asked, as she rushed towards the blonde. His golden eyes indicated his sage mode was active. Hinata has been looking for you, but her Tensagen was unable to find you anywhere in the village. I was in the bunker under my house. It's protected against all kind of jujitsu, so guess that's why she was unable to locate me, Naruto replied, as he placed a hand in the back of his head. Sorry if I worried you. Took me a while to find the lad, Fukazaku said, sighing a little. But now he's here. It's okay, what matters is that Akatsuki didn't get their hands on you, Haku stated in a somewhat relieved tone. What were you doing there? Getting prepared, was Naruto's answer. I summoned 3 clones, and the 4 of us were gathering nature energy for Sage Mode. I had to do that in order to keep the clones protected. Akatsuki knows they have to target them if they want to cut Sage Mode off of me. A very intelligent strategy, Naruto, Kurane agreed with a nod. Though we could have used your help here a little earlier. By the way, where is Hinataheim? Naruto asked. Haku merely pointed into the sky, where some flashes of light could be seen every few seconds. She's fighting Tonari alongside Fu, Haku told him. Then I need to help the two of them as soon as possible. Naruto said, as he was ready to leave. Naruto, wait. You have no way to help somebody fighting an aerial battle. Kurane told him. Even with that jutsu of yours dash. Actually, Naruto-kun might be of more help than you realize, a Katsuya clone said, just as she landed on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto-kun, I bring news from your little brother. Hagane? Is he okay? The blonde asked, a bit worried. He is. He has awakened, and joined the fight alongside Tsunade-sama and other Konoha ninjas, the slug fragment informed. Naruto sighed in relief. Thank goodness he's alright, he then crossed his arms, and frowned a little. Though he could have chosen a better time to wake up, you know. I also have an important message from him, Katasuya continued. He told me was able to overcome Tonari's truth-seeking balls thanks to his senjutsu. Truth-seeking balls can't nullify ninjutsu if it has nature energy on it. Heh, I've been a sage most of my life, and I wasn't even aware of that, Fukazaku said, chuckling a little. It's true what they say that no matter how old you are, you can always learn new things. Really? Great. Naruto said, as he punched his palm. Because I have Raisin Shuriken with Tonari's name on it. Naruto then jumped atop of the toad's head, and pointed in the direction of the aerial fight. Come on, Gamaiken. There's a pale ass in dire need of a good kicking. Several blocks away from there, Kakashi's animal squad, accompanied by Rin, were clearing the streets of White Zetsu clones. And just like it happened to the assassination squad, they also encountered a bunch of monstrous White Zetsu clones. Unlike them, however, they saw how they were born. 3 White Zetsu clones merged together, becoming a mass of white flesh, until it took a vaguely humoid form with multiple arms and heads. Just when you think that those things couldn't be any more disgusting. Tamaki gagged in disgust. Disgusting or not, they're going down. Kiba yelled, as he and Akamaru rushed forward. Passing Fang. Kiba turned into a living drill, as he and Akamaru dived at one of the merged Zetsu. However, the giant Zetsu countered their charge with a couple of brutal punches that sent the Inuzuka and his dog flying back. Kiba! Tamaki yelled, before turning at the white Zetsu, and snarled. You're going to pay for that. Fire release, blistering fire cat. Tamaki exhaled a massive wall of fire that took the shape of a large cat. The fire cat dashed forward, but the merged Zetsu were already prepared for that, and made several hand seals. Water release, wild water wave. 2 of the mutant Zetsu heads exhaled a torrent of water from each of their mouths, creating a small tsunami that threatened to flood the street, and everyone on it. Shino, Rin, let's lift a barrier, together. Kakashi commanded, as the 3 of them went through the same seal sequence. Earth release, earth-style wall. The 3 of them slammed their hands into the ground, erecting a large and thick rock barrier that acted as a dome, successfully containing the incoming water. Good job, you 3, Kiba said, as he hobbled towards them, followed by Akamaru. That will only delay them. We need a more permanent solution to deal with them, Rin pointed out. Alright, it seems like this is a good moment to use a new jutsu I developed. Tamaki said, before biting her thumb, and making 5 hand seals. Summoning jutsu. From a cloud of smoke, one of Tamaki's cats, Hina, appeared. How is summoning a cat going to help? Kiba asked dismissively. Akamaru and I have been practicing a new jutsu as well. That will help us turn the tables. That's not the jutsu I was talking about. I just need Hina to do it. Tamaki protested. Hina, it's time. Alright. The female cat said, as she climbed the kunoichi, and sat on her head. Ready whenever you are. Tamaki nodded, and made 3 hand seals. Human-beast combination transformation, cat warrior. Tamaki and Hina were engulfed by a cloud of smoke, and when it dispelled, Hina was nowhere to be seen, while Tamaki had changed drastically. Whoa! Rin said in awe. Tamaki now looked a bit taller and more muscular, but that was the least noticeable change. Her hair had grown longer, and became fuzzier. Her eyes were now yellow with slitted pupils. Her human ears had disappeared, replaced by cat ears that grew at the top of her head. And lastly, Tamaki now had a tail similar to that of a cat. In this form, I shall tear those things apart. Tamaki boasted, before turning at Kiba, and smirked. What do you think about this transformation? You. Kiba stammered, before his face reddened with anger. You totally copied my jutsu. What? No, just because I combine with an animal, doesn't mean that dash. Bah, forget about it. Kiba huffed, as he sat on Akamaru's back, and made a hand seal. Human-beast combination transformation, berserker werewolf. Like Tamaki before her, Kiba merged with Akamaru, but while his previous transformation resulted in a Olga two-headed wolf, this one was a much smaller white-furred werewolf, relatively small. It was still larger than Kakashi, which still kept some of Kiba's clothing. No wonder Kiba thought that Tamaki had copied him, Rin pointed out. Still, they'll have to sort their rivalry later, Shino said, pointing forward, as the two merged Zetsu clones teared the rock barrier down, allowing multiple normal Zetsu a free way forward. Both Tamaki and Kiba smirked, the former looking at the latter. Bet I can kill more Zetsu than you. Oh, you're on. Both Catgirl and Werewolf dashed forward at a speed unseen previously from them, and started to tear the Zetsu apart like they were made of paper. Some of the Zetsu tried to jump back and attack them with ninjutsu, but neither of their attacks found their mark, and soon they found themselves losing limbs and their very lives to vicious claw swipes and brutal bites. Even the merged Zetsu had trouble keeping up with them. The two-headed wolf was powerful, but it was too big and hard to control and maneuver, Kiba thought, dodging a kick from a Zetsu, before splitting it in half with a claw swipe. But this form allows much greater control while keeping the same power. Rin placed her hands on her hips, and smiled. Well, look at that, it seems they can back those boasts. Indeed, Kakashi agreed. But better join them. I'm afraid they're going to let their power to go to their heads and drop their guard. Oh, come on Kakashi, I think your students are old enough to take care of themselves, a new voice said. Kakashi and Rin froze upon hearing such voice, and turned to the direction it came from. Standing at the roof of a partially collapsed building was Obito Uchiha. The Akatsuki was now wearing a slashed Konoha forehead protector that had a piece of cloth covering his left eye, where Shisui's eye used to be. Obito. Rin apprehensively said. Hello there, Rin, Obito said, as he unsheathed his katana. Now, are you two ready to play with me a little? Team Minato was long overdue of such a reencounter. Chapter 85. The Akatsuki Invasion, Part 3. Or Clash on Earth and Heaven. We haven't seen each other since you took Rin away from Orochimaru's lair, haven't we? Obito asked, looking at Kakashi. Of course, I did get the pleasure to see Rin back in Kumo, when she took Shisui's eye from my face. Did you come here to take that eye back? Kakashi asked. Or do you want the eye you gave me before becoming an Akatsuki? That eye was a gift, Kakashi, one that I did not regret giving you, even if the circumstances about us changed drastically, Obito said with a smirk. No, I'm not here for any eyes. You should know that the only thing Konoha has that interests me, besides Rin, are the Jinchuriki. We won't leave until we have the two of them. Then prepare to be disappointed, Kakashi defiantly replied. Why I should? So far, we have captured almost every Jinchuriki we got our sights onto, Obito rebutted. This won't be an exception, especially since Akatsuki is unleashing every resource at its disposal to destroy Konoha and capture its Jinchuriki. No matter how many missing ninja, self-powered automatons, or artificial creatures you throw at us, you will never crush this village, Kakashi fired back. Naruto and Fu are ninjas of this village, and everyone who fights do so not just to stop Akatsuki from claiming a Jinchuriki, but to protect two comrades from the enemy. Yeah, the will of fire and all that crap. Obito dismissively said as he rolled his eyes. You might have grown taller, Kakashi, but deep down you're still a kid. It's kind of ironic that you used to be far less naive when you were younger. Kakashi isn't naive, Obito. He believes in something greater than himself, like you did one time, Rin interceded, taking a step forward. Please Obito, stop all this madness. It's not too late. Obito grimaced a little, more in sadness rather than disgust, as if he was forced to admit that there was some truth in the words of his former crush. I can't, he stated. Not when I'm so close to the end. Not when I invested so much time and resources. Not when a world free of strife and suffering is at hand. You're doing nothing but creating more suffering. Rin shouted back, her face turning red with anger, until she felt a hand on her shoulder. A hand belonging to Kakashi. Enough, the silver-haired Jonin calmly said. Nothing we say can bring Obito from the darkness he was sunk in. All we can do now is fight to drive him and his Akatsuki pals out of the village. It's time to fight, not to speak. For once, you said something intelligent, Kakashi, Obito complimented in a mocking tone. Though I should point out that it is you who is still deep in the darkness of ignorance. My eyes were opened to the light the day Rin died. Shut up already. Kiba roared, as he and Tamaki leaped towards the half-masked Akatsuki, ready to tear him to shreds with their bare hands. You never learn, don't you? Obito laughed, as he was about to activate his Kamui, letting the swipes phase through him. However, something caught his attention. Kakashi was also using Kamui, opening a portal that quickly sucked his third student in. Obito's only visible eye opened wide upon realizing what Kakashi was planning. Shit. The Uchiha was forced to leap back before Kiba and Tamaki could reach him. However, the two feral ninjas merely leaped at him again, and this time, Obito had to defend himself. Guess this shouldn't be a surprise. After Sasuke found my secret, it was a matter of time before Kakashi learned to use his eye to counter mine, Obito bitterly thought, as he unsheathed his katana in order to parry a claw swipe from Kiba. By sending one of our own into Obito's pocket dimension, we make sure he won't be able to use his intangibility or teleportation, Kakashi thought, a smirk forming under his mask. Not unless he wants Shino's bugs to eat him alive. And even if for some reason I can't get him out of there, Shino can escape on his own with the reverse summoning jutsu. Thundering roar. Gathering chakra into his throat, Kiba let out a powerful roar in the form of destructive sonic blasts, which hit Obito squarely, sending him flying. Still, Obito showed that there was more to him than a powerful eye ability. He threw a kunai with wire attached to it towards a nearby wall, breaking the momentum of the impact that sent him flying, while finding a solid footing, even if it was a vertical one. As this happened, Tamaki made a hand seal. Feline secret art, speed burst. Tamaki quickly rushed after him, walking on all fours, moving so fast she left a trail of after-images in her wake. Climbing the wall Obito was attached to using chakra control, she began her vicious assault towards him. Even if Tamaki was fast as lightning, Obito's Sharingan was able to follow her movements if with some difficulty and keep her pace. Then, Obito pulled out a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it, but much to Tamaki's confusion, rather than throwing it at her, he stabbed it into the wall, before jumping away. The second he did that, Kiba burst from said wall, in a failed attempt to catch him off guard. Kiba! Wait dash! But it was too late. Obito detonated the explosive paper, which sent the animal-like ninja tumbling down the ground again. The one-eyed Uchiha laughed. This is the best you can train your students, Kakashi. Obito mocked his former teammate. Tamaki! Kiba! Rin shouted, as she rushed towards them, Kakashi following behind. Are they hurt? Kakashi asked. Just a little, Rin said, as she started to heal the two of them at once. It seems their new forms made them far more durable. An explosive tag so close could very much kill any human being. Question is, how did Obito know that Kiba was going to attack from that direction? I don't know, but I plan to find it out, Kakashi said, as he moved his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Hey Obito, do you know what else is long overdue? You getting a good beating from yours truly. It will be like in the old times. Heh, the old times. Obito chuckled a little. I bet you look at the past with fondness, right? Before I went evil and Rin and Minato-sensei were alive and well. Too bad Kakashi, things will never be like they used to be. And that also includes the time in which I was unable to do nothing but lose to you. Kakashi's hand was coated in electricity, sounding like 1,000 birds chirping. No, things will never be like they used to, but I can fight to make them even better than they were. Kakashi and Obito dashed towards each other, ready to clash for the first time in decades. Meanwhile, in the skies above Konoha, Hinata, Hanabi, and Fu continued their fight against the last Otsutsuki unimpeded. It appeared as if Tonari wanted no interruptions to his fight, and commanded the flying puppets he still had to attack other zones of the village. It worked both ways, since the trio of Kunoichi wouldn't have to worry about possible interference from the enemy. Lightning release, Thunder Fang. Hinata brought her hands together, generating a mass of lightning that was shot at Tonari. The electricity formed the head of a huge lion, ready to sink its teeth into the Otsutsuki's flesh. Tonari, however, made a hand motion, and one of his 4 truth-seeking balls intercepted the attack, nullifying it completely. No effect. Hinata sadly said. Come on, we gotta keep trying. Hanabi insisted. Hagana was able to beat this guy, and if that boar with a stick up his ass was able to do it, then so can we. Yeah, every jutsu has a weakness, Fu agreed. And if we can't find it, we'll find a way around it. If I can only get close enough, I think I can end this in one punch. You're awfully confident in yourself, Jinchuriki, Tonari stated. I can't help but feel a bit insulted. I already beaten Akatsuki before, so I don't think why this time the result it's going to be different, Fu rebutted, before pointing at Hinata and Hanabi. Especially since I have a backup as awesome as this one. Plus, behold the weapon that already beaten Akatsuki. Fu unslung her backpack, revealing a large storage scroll. From the scroll, she unsealed a massive tree log, its branches and roots cleanly cut, with the symbols of Konoha and Taki carved at each of its ends. That's your mighty weapon? Don't make me laugh dash. However, Tonari was silenced when Fu suddenly vanished and reappeared from behind him. Startled, the Otsutsuki tried to move the truth-seeking balls to intercept the attack, but it was too late. While he was able to project a repulsive force field to counter the impact, Fu gave her log way too much momentum to be stopped, and the giant piece of wood slammed into Tonari's chest, sending him flying. Yes. Way to go, Fu-san. Hanabi cheered. Arbor-chan never disappoints. Fu said, while resting the log on her shoulder, and patting it like it was alive. No time to celebrate. Come on, we need to finish Tonari off before he recovers. Hinata urged them. The trio of girls all flew towards the tumbling Tonari, who was trying to regain his balance. They surrounded him, and went for the kill from a different angle. However, the Otsutsuki was far from finished, as he managed to direct 3 of his truth-seeking balls towards one of the girls each. Emerald Reincarnation Explosion. The truth-seeking balls started to glow with a green light, before it exploded all of a sudden, catching the Konoha and Taki ninjas off guard, the former 2 not being able to use their own orbs as a means of protection. Just, what the? Fu asked as she noticed something off. Much to her shock, her tailed beast cloak was gone. The hell? What happened to my tailed beast chakra? As you could see right now, I have the power to remove other people's chakra, Tonari told the green-haired girl. He coughed some blood. You managed to land one good hit on me, Jinchuriki, but don't think you'll be that lucky again. I'm done playing around. Bold statement for somebody who does nothing but cower behind his little barriers, Fu taunted back, as she drew more tailed beast chakra, restoring her chakra cloak, while gripping her log. I can do more than just cower, Tonari calmly replied, but still felt like he was addressing the insult. He brought his hands together in a seal. Watch. Large pieces of debris from below shot into the sky, stopping around Tonari. He changed the hand seal, and the large pieces of rock and concrete shot forward towards the trio of Kunoichi, like a storm of meteors. Hanabi-chan, Fu, behind me? Hinata urged, as her hands started to crackle with electricity. Lightning release, protection of the 8 trigrams. Hinata started to thrust her open palms back and forth, releasing lightning bolts with each thrust. In no time, she created a massive web of electric bolts that reduced the incoming debris to little more than pebbles and gravel. Some of the lightning bolts flew all the way to Tonari, but the Otsutsuki merely deflected them with his truth-seeking balls. "Impressive, Byakugan Princess," Tonari complimented. "The last time we met I was sadly unable to check your fighting prowess. It's reassuring to see that it matches your beauty." "You won't find it so reassuring, once you fight with me a little," Hinata coldly said, her brow furrowing. She made a hand seal, and her two truth-seeking balls grew and elongated until they turned into giant nail-like spears. "Take this." The giant nails flew at Tonari, but the Otsutsuki merely used two of his truth-seeking balls to form a barrier, which successfully stopped the attack. He then commanded the remaining two to do the same, blocking another pair of nails, which were made by Hanabi. "You won't be able to blindside me," Tonari boasted. "With the Tenseigan, I can see everything." "Let's see what you do without it then," Fu shouted as she made a hand seal. Hiding in the scale powder jutsu. Fu exhaled from her mouth a cloud of glittery powder, covering the entire zone. Clapping her hands together, the powder started to shine with a bright light. Hinata and Hanabi closed her eyes in time, but Tonari was caught off guard, and his enhanced vision made the pain of the jutsu even stronger. "My eyes. Not again." The Otsutsuki cursed, as he shielded his eyes with his forearm. "Now!" Fu yelled. The Jinchuriki and the youngest Hyuga flew towards the Akatsuki, ready to pound him in. However, when they got in close combat range, Tonari's hands shot sideways, gripping the two of them by their necks. The sudden pressure to her neck made Fu drop Arbor-chan, which fell to the ground below. The Otsutsuki's hold was far stronger than his frame suggested. "Again you try the same trick against me," Tonari stated, sounding mildly angered, his eyes closed shut. "Didn't I tell you that I've been blind all my life, and as such, I'm more than capable of fighting without sight?" "Why yeah," Hanabi choked. "But you aren't using your Tenseigan right now." "Huh." Lightning release, thunder palm. Coming from below, Hinata's electrified palm slammed into Tonari's chin, sending him flying upwards, while forcing him to release Hanabi and Fu. The Jinchuriki then shot upwards as well, caught the Otsutsuki in no time, and broke his momentum by grabbing him by the shoulders. "Hinata, Hanabi, get ready!" Fu shouted, before putting all her strength into tossing Tonari down towards the elder Hyuga. Hinata's whole body started to crackle with electricity, as she started to spin just as Tonari was about to crash into her. Lightning release, heavenly thunderstorm. Hinata turned into a spinning sphere of lightning just a split second before Tonari crashed into her, resulting into an explosion of chakra and electric bolts that sent the Otsutsuki flying again in a different direction, the same direction Hanabi placed herself in, anticipating the trajectory he would take. Hanabi's palms were coated in flames. Fire release, 8 trigrams, 64 burning palms. Hanabi delivered the Hyuga's strongest combo with utmost precision, each blow releasing a burst of flames for added damage. 2 strikes. 4 strikes. 8 strikes. 16 strikes. 32 dash. But before Hanabi could finish her combo, she was tackled by Fu, who took her out of close combat range. Hanabi was about to protest and ask why Fu had done that, when suddenly 4 sharp spikes made out of truth-seeking balls skewered the position she was in, piercing nothing but empty air, much to Hanabi's surprise. "Thanks," the youngest Hyuga said. "You have good reflexes. Not even my Tenseigan caught that." "Don't sweat it, but try being more careful," Fu advised Hanabi before allowing her to float on her own. "That was a good team effort," Hinata said, as she studied their foe. Tonari now had a few burns and bruises, and his clothes were severely damaged. He also looked much angrier than before. "We did manage to do him some harm, but we also enraged him." "I'm afraid to admit you were right, Byakugan Princess," Tonari snarled, as he wiped some blood trickling from his broken lip with the sleeve of his robe. "You are indeed quite powerful, and so are your sister and the Jinchuriki, thus making my job all the harder. Guess it's time I drop the kid gloves if I want to end this." "Yep, we definitely angered him," Fu observed, sounding almost nonchalant. 2 tails of chakra formed on the back of her cloak. "I'll try using some more of Lucky Seven's chakra. We're going to need it." Little by little, most of the civilian population were being escorted to the safety of the underground bunkers while the ninjas continued the fight. That's not to say that all of them managed to safely reach such havens, and some of them tragically died at the hands of the White Zetsu clones or the Moon Puppets. Though not only the civilians were in need of a safe refuge to be protected, ninja clans had also vulnerable members such as young children or the elderly that needed to be evacuated. The Hyuga were one of those clans. Even with all the losses they sustained during the Uchiha insurrection, they were still one of Konoha's largest clans, and thus they had quite a lot of elderly and children in need of protection, meaning that they had to dedicate quite a few ninjas to escort them to safety. And large groups rarely go unnoticed. Vacuum Blade Palm. Hisashi thrust his palm forward, releasing a crescent-shaped wave of air that sliced into a Zetsu that was about to attack one of the Hyuga elders. Come on, don't stop. We're almost there. Even if the main house/branch house division was no more, most former branch house members found themselves carrying the same tasks and roles as in the last time such an event happened in Konoha: protect those most vulnerable while the main house members faced the threat head-on. Not that Hisashi or anybody else complained. All of them knew that their task was as important as being in the middle of the battle. It was something that felt natural to them, a role they had no trouble keeping up for the sake of the clan. It's hard to keep fighting while we move. A younger Hyuga complained, as he struggled against a White Zetsu clone. Watch out. Something big is coming. Takuma warned. And just like the Hyuga who was often tasked gate duty predicted, a couple of merged Zetsu landed beside them with a loud thud, cracking the ground when their feet landed. The sight of such horrifying creatures magnified the already intense panic the Hyuga Escoroots were feeling, with many of them screaming in terror and running away. Don't panic. Don't panic. Hisashi shouted, futilely trying to elevate his voice above the cacophony of screams. If you separate from the group, it will be harder to protect you. Adults, keep the children tight, and don't lose sight of them. Hisashi-san, what should we do? A female Hyuga asked. Should we focus on the bigger ones, or should we get rid of the normal ones first? Hisashi quickly analyzed the situation, as both the two giant Zetsu and the smaller ones menacingly approached the group. It was indeed a good question. If they focus on the larger ones, the smaller ones could sneak past them unnoticed, even with the Byakugan. But on the other hand, the larger ones could do the more damage. Let's get rid of the bigger ones first. Those can make our task even harder than the Arrow Lady is, Hisashi said. I'll try to draw their attention to me. Cover me, and make sure none of the smaller creatures get their hands on our clansmen. Yes, Hisashi-san. The other Hyuga chorused in unison. The former head of the branch house dashed forward towards an intermediate point of the two giant Zetsu clones, before sending his taunt. Multiple vacuum palms. Thrusting his arms in quick suicide, each arm facing a different direction, Hisashi shot several vacuum shells at the larger enemies, which didn't seem to take much damage, but got the intended effect of drawing the attention to him. Several of the smaller Zetsu who wanted to attack him or go past him were skillfully intercepted by other Hyugas. Alright then, get ready to feel the might of the Hyuga clan. Hisashi shouted, as he slipped into an offensive fighting stance. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 2 strikes. 4 strikes. 8 strikes. 16 strikes. 32 strikes. 64 strikes. Despite their size, the giant White Zetsu were slower than the normal White Zetsu, and thus had difficulty dodging the barrage of palm strikes that sealed their tenketsu off. They also tried to use their superior strength to crush Hisashi, but the former branch house Hyuga dodged their blows with skillful grace. Jumping back, Hisashi scanned the large aberrations with his Byakugan to check the result of his attack. If it was a single enemy, it would be unable to continue fighting. Unfortunately, not only did he have to split the attack between two foes, but they possessed far more tenketsu than a normal human being, meaning that they could still use chakra. Though, on the bright side, it wasn't that the attack didn't cause any harm, far from it. Come on, finish them off while they're weakened. Hisashi cried, as he led a group of his clansmen towards the massive White Zetsu. While Hisashi and the Hyuga who stayed behind fenced off the White Zetsu clones, the other half of their ninja clansmen took the opportunity to make a run for the underground bunkers. Come on, just a little more. Natsu encouraged, as she scanned the area with her own Byakugan. I'm seeing one of the refuges. We're almost there. The news had a balsamic effect on the Esco roots, who started to cheer and even run at a greater pace. Unfortunately, their joy was doomed to be short-lived, as a few golden chakra blasts rained upon them, cutting them off. Everybody, stand back. These things are way more dangerous than the green-haired weirdos. Natsu warned the others, as she and her fellow Hyuga ninja placed between the two puppets and the group of elderly and children. Hinata-sama and Niji-san told me about these things. They're as strong as one of our jonin, don't feel pain, and can use powerful ninjutsu. And since they're mechanical, the gentle fist won't work on them. Just great, an older Hyuga groaned. Did they tell you how to defeat them? Use more brute force than skill, and aim for the head, Natsu told the others. The second group of Hyuga reluctantly engaged the puppets, but soon they found that, just like Natsu said, they proved to be more formidable enemies than the White Zetsu clones. Their speed was almost unmatched, and their blows packed a lot of power behind them. Not to mention the sheer destructive power of the golden chakra blasts. Force them away from the non-combatants. Natsu cried. None of Natsu's warnings were of any use, as it were the puppets, not the Hyugas, who were dictating the pace of the fight, forcing the Hyuga into the defensive. The number of Hyuga defenders started to whittle down, until only Natsu and a couple others remained, with the terrified non-combatants watching with fear-filled eyes. Hisashi-san, we need your help. Natsu cried, before one of the puppets tossed her into the ground with a powerful punch to the jaw. Help. Natsu watched helplessly as one of the puppets prepared a golden chakra orb to finish her off. Then, her eyes caught a blur crossing her field of vision, and the golden orb quickly dissipated. And much to her confusion, the puppet fell down to pieces, as if somebody cut it down multiple times. What? Natsu asked. She then turned around when her Byakugan caught the second puppet, a golden chakra sword in its hand, leaping at her, ready to cut her down. However, the puppet was then caught by a giant, ghostly skeletal hand, and was held firmly in its grip. The Hyuga saw the hand was connected to an equally ghostly ribcage. And inside said ribcage, was no other than Itaki Uchiha. One of my team's sensors detected a large group incoming, and I decided to come here to help just in case you run into trouble, Itaki replied, as the giant ghostly hand squeezed the puppet, crunching it into an useless and unrecognizable form, before his strange jutsu disappeared. Are you okay? Why yes, Natsu said, as she got back on her feet. Thanks a lot for your help. Not only you saved my life, but those of my clansmen as well. Itaki took a look at the dead Hyuga that littered the streets. Sadly, not all of them. And unfortunately, there's no time to mourn their loss. We need to take this group to the shelters. Natsu Hyuga, the young woman said, making a slight bow, while smiling a little. Itaki Uchiha, he replied. Now, let me help you escort this group to safety. Yes, let's, Natsu agreed with a nod. Even if it happened many years ago, the Uchiha insurrection, and its effect on the Hyuga clan was still in the young woman's mind. While she didn't blame the surviving members for all the lives that were lost that day, she didn't feel any sympathy for them either, and often tried her best not to associate with them. Which was all the more surprising when this Uchiha not only happened to be close, but decided to help them. Niji-san would say that fate has strange designs, Natsu thought, before looking at Itaki, and smiled again. Or a very ironic sense of humor. Hinata, Hanabi, and Fu's fight against Tonari wasn't the only clash that was happening above the skies of Konoha. Or at least, it wouldn't be for long. Yeah, how about this? Riding on his clay dragon, Deodara laughed maniacally as he dropped his explosives to the fighters below. Some of his explosions also caught the White Zetsu clones and Tonari's puppets, but not that he cared. Those creatures were expendable in his eyes, though he did make sure no other Akatsuki member was near when he dropped his load. He knew he could get into trouble if he did that. That's why he avoided all the zones with Akatsuki on it, even that meant not taking active part in the Jinchuriki hunt. The blonde had already 2 successful captures and wasn't afraid of using them as a shield, never mind that he had just as many failures, the last one being still recent, though that doesn't mean he wasn't contributing. By killing Konoha ninja, he would weaken the village and thus make the Jinchuriki capture all the easier. So now, Deidara just forgot about the mission, Akatsuki, and everything else, and enjoyed the rare occasion of being able to display his art in all its glory over a major village. He only did that once, in IWA, shortly before defecting as a parting gift so to speak, and he was quickly chased away by the Tsuchikage himself, who, like Deidara, could fly though unlike Deidara, he could fly on his own. Though here, nobody would be able to stop his rampage. Ice release, 1,000 ice needles of death. Or at least, that was what the blonde thought at first, as ice needles started to form around him, before diving at him. Maneuvering his dragon, he was able to dodge most of them, though a few nailed his clay flying mount. Not that it mattered, since the dragon wasn't really alive. Frowning, the blonde Akatsuki looked around, and saw the source of his troubles, 2 Konoha ninjas riding large birds that were made of ice, leaving a trail of frost behind. Their appearances ringed a bell, and after a few seconds of digging through his memories, Deidara remembered. "Hey, I know you two," Deidara said in realization. "You two were part of the group who tried to rescue the Kazekage's son, didn't you?" "Yes, I remember you. The ice release user. And the other one who could use genjutsu. So, you remember us?" Kurane asked. "Should we be flattered? I never forget the face of an enemy I don't defeat, bitch," Deidara snarled. "This is the last time you two get in my way." Deidara angrily shoved his hand into his clay pouch, and feed some clay to his mouth hand. Said mouth chewed the clay, giving it the shape of a small bird, which Deidara threw at them, before making a hand seal. In a poof of smoke, the clay bird multiplied into dozens of them, splitting into 2 groups, one aiming for Haku, the other going for Kurane. "Now taste my art!" Deidara shouted. Of course, neither the ice ninja nor the genjutsu mistress were going to let Deidara blow them to bits. Ice release, breath of winter. Wind release, great brain Itrao. Haku breathed a massive gust of freezing air, which was magnified by Kurane's own gale of wind, quickly engulfing the incoming explosive birds, covering them in frost, and making them too heavy to fly, thus they fell to the ground below. "Your art wasn't that impressive," Kurane deadpanned. "That was just a warm-up. You want to see what I'm capable of? Fine, I'll skip directly towards the heavy hitters," Deidara said, his hand-mouths already working on another jutsu. Once they were finished chewing, they both spat each a blot of clay at Kurane and Haku, while Deidara quickly made several hand seals. Explosion release, explosive clay twin hive queens. The 2 shapeless blobs of clay burst into smoke, increasing their size and taking the shape of a large insect similar to a bee, with a bloated, oversized abdomen, in the likehood of an egg sac. "I used this jutsu to put down the Jinchuriki key of the One Tail. Let's see how well you do against it, HN," Deidara said, as he made a single hand seals. Each of the hive queens spat multiple balls of clay at the genjutsu mistress and her student, albeit from opposing directions, so they couldn't combine their attacks again. Still, both Haku and Kurane managed to counter this attack the same way they did before. Just like Deidara was expecting. Huh. Haku looked up, noticing a large shadow flying above him, and saw that while he was preoccupied with the hive queen, the blonde Akatsuki had dropped more of his bombs from above. "Die!" Deidara shouted, making a hand seal. Haku frantically maneuvered his ice bird as he tried to dodge the chain of explosions as best as his skill allowed him to. Unfortunately, an explosion hit far too close, and his frost steed was shattered into thousands of tiny bits of ice, making the land of water native pummel to the ground below. "Haku!" Kurane screamed, as she made her own bird dive in order to save the falling ninja. Fortunately, her intervention wouldn't be needed, as while he fell, Haku kept calm and made another chain of hand seals as fast as his hands allowed him to. Ice release, crystal bird. Using the very same shards of ice as raw matter, Haku quickly created another ice bird below him, breaking his fall just in time. Kurane sighed in relief. "His strategy is to divide us and then go for the kill when we are vulnerable," Kurane told Haku. "We can't let him to dictate the pace of the fight, we need to attack." "Agreed," Haku said with a nod. "Any ideas?" "I think one of us should take care of those clay insects, while the other deals with Deidara," Kurane suggested. Your ice is pretty good at shutting down his explosives, and my genjutsu would only work on him alone, so I think I should be the one to face him while you cover my back. Understood, Kurane-sensei, Haku agreed again. Deidara, however, wasn't impressed in the slightest, and merely laughed at Kurane and Haku's plan. You think that you can stand against me and my art? Deidara mocked, as he prepared more explosives. Very well. If you want to become part of it, I'll be happy to oblige. Meanwhile, not far from there, another of Kurane's students continued her fight against another aerial Akatsuki, both of them flying above the village of Konoha. Time to end this, Tonari said, as he cast one hand forward. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. All of Tonari's truth-seeking balls merged into a single orb of silvery chakra, which exploded into a conical tornado that quickly sucked all the flying kunoichi in. Hinata and Hanabi, being familiar with the jutsu, thought that they could counter or escape it, but they soon found out that its potency was far greater than what they could produce. Pull yourselves towards me. Fu shouted, extending her arms at each sister. We need to stay together. Hinata and Hanabi nodded, and used her kinetic powers. The two Hyuga sisters pulled themselves towards Fu's position, the mint-haired girl's hands quickly gripping their own with great strength, bringing them closer. Now, let's move towards the eye of the hurricane. Hinata told them. Joining their forces, the three of them were able to resist the tornado until it ceased. Are you okay? Fu asked. I think so, Hinata breathed. I've been better, Hanabi complained. That moment, a truth-seeking ball slowly descended upon them, taking place in an intermediate space between the three kunoichi, much to their confusion. Guys? Is this thing from any of you? Fu asked. The truth-seeking ball started to glow with an emerald light, and all three instantly knew the answer, much to their shock. They tried to break apart and fly away in opposite directions, but the orb exploded before they could, and all four of them were engulfed with the explosion. Hinata and Hanabi had their own truth-seeking balls to absorb part of the blast, but Fu wasn't so lucky. Besides damaging her whole body, it turned her wings into dust, and thus, the green-haired Jinchuriki pummeled to the ground, landing with a loud thud. Fu! Hinata screamed, as she dived towards her. Unfortunately, she was forced to alter her course in order to dodge a barrage of green chakra blasts. Not so fast, my princess, Tonari interjected with a confident smirk. Don't concern yourself with the Jinchuriki, not when you have me to deal with. Through her Tenseigan, Hinata saw that Fu was well enough to stand back on her feet, much to her relief. But her relief was short-lived as she saw a threesome of puppets dogpiling her. Normally, the Taki kunoichi would get them out of her back as if they were nothing, but the explosion made a number on her body, and nothing but a fraction of her usual energy remained. Fu! She whispered, greeting her teeth. Now, you'll have the honor to be the first one to witness the true extent of my power, Tonari said, his grin widening, as he cast his hand forward, his four truth-seeking balls merging into a single orb of golden chakra. Upon seeing that, Hanabi paled. Nei-chan. I've seen that jutsu before. It has enough power to level the entire village. If that's the case, then use truth-seeking balls as protection won't be enough. I can't let the village to be damaged any further. I need to counter that jutsu with one of my own. Hinata thought, as she also cast one hand forward, her two truth-seeking balls merging into a purple-colored orb of chakra. I see you remember it well, girl, Tonari nodded, pleased. But even if what you said is true, I'm confident in my bride's strength to survive it. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The energy contained in the golden orb exploded in the form of a huge beam of golden chakra, fired directly at Hinata. That moment, Hinata her move. Amethyst Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Hinata's own orb exploded into a storm of purple-colored lightning bolts. Both attacks clashed, but Tonari's jutsu packed more power than Hinata's, and it easily pushed it backwards. An admirable effort, my love, but useless. Tonari said with almost sadistic glee. Leave my sister alone. Hanabi screamed, as she flew towards them, holding a teal orb of chakra between her hands, before motioning it forward. Turkio's Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Hanabi's orb exploded in the form of a stream of bluish-green flames, which joined Hinata's lightning bolts against Tonari's beam of light. Even if it slowed it down considerably, it failed to stop it completely. Ugh! Hanabi groaned, as she tried to pour as much chakra as possible into her attack. Hinata! He's too strong. Don't give up, Hanabi-chan. Hinata encouraged her little sister. We must win, at all costs. You can't, Tonari simply said, as he floated forward, pushing his beam of light further on them. You and I are bound to be together, my princess. You can't win, not because you're fighting against a strong enemy, but because you're fighting against fate itself. Your arrival and awakening of the Tenseigan was foretold ages ago, my princess, as so was our union. Don't you see that it's futile? Fate, you say? Hinata asked, and, even in her current situation, found herself chuckling. You aren't the only one to use that word to put me down. All my life, I was told that things are the way they are because of fate. My apparent weakness. How I wouldn't amount to anything. How my clan would forever remain divided. And guess what? I proved them wrong. I proved all of them wrong. And I shall prove you wrong too. Resolve without power is meaningless, Tonari countered, as he pushed his attack even further. Resolve is everything. Resolve, willpower and never giving up. Plenty of people have power, either born with it or acquiring it on their own. Everything I achieved, everything I am. I didn't manage to do it by just giving up and accepting it as fate. Hinata replied, her voice booming louder. Even Hanabi couldn't help but feel in awe. Hanabi-chan, we can't let this man win. Fight with everything you have. Hanabi nodded, and smirked, her confidence renewed. You got it. The two Hyuga sisters let out a shout, as they started to draw every little bit of power remaining in their body, trying to make their attack as strong as possible. And much to their joy and Tonari's shock, they started to push back. What? How can they? Tonari asked in surprise. Through his Tenseigan, he could see that the chakra of Hinata and Hanabi, which threatened to dim any moment, shone with renewed light, so bright it was like looking directly into the sun. Can this be? Hinata and Hanabi's basic chakra cloak also started to glow with more intensity, until it took the shape of a cloak of flames, not different from Tonari's own chakra cloak. Soon, their combined power started to push Tonari's attack even faster. They unlocked the next level of the Tenseigan chakra cloak. Tonari asked in shock. This was unexpected. Tonari put even more chakra into his attack, forcing the two attacks into a stalemate, pushing each other a little back and forth, but for the most part, not moving at all. Eventually, all the gathered energy reached a critical point, and was released in the form of a massive, blazing white explosion. Enne-chan. Hanabi said, just as her chakra cloak suddenly petered out, and faded into unconsciousness. Hanabi-chan. Hinata screamed, as he caught her little sister before she could fall, and, summoning more truth-seeking balls much to her surprise, she could summon up to 4. Now she morphed them into a sphere encasing both she and her sister, just in time before the explosion. Hinata then lowered the hollow sphere to ground level, as it slowly dissolved back into the 4 truth-seeking orbs that composed it. She gently placed Hanabi's body on the ground. Even if Hanabi's chakra was completely drained, there was nothing a good night of sleep followed by a copious meal wouldn't fix. Rest for the time being, Hanabi-chan, Hinata cooed. You've done enough already. Hey. Hinata turned around, and saw Fu walking towards her, limping a bit. She was carrying the arm of a puppet in one of her hands. Fu-san. I'm so glad to see that you're okay. Hinata said with a smile. Hee, yeah. You need something more than a bunch of stupid marionettes to beat yours truly, Fu boasted, though Hinata could see that her body hurt far more than she let her on. Man, I could use some healing. Do you mind Eeeaok? Fu. Fu was suddenly yanked by an unseen force. Following her direction, Hinata saw Tonari with his hand outstretched, its fingers closing around Fu's neck once she was close enough. Now, let's make sure you don't fly away, Tonari said, as one of his truth-seeking balls moved away from him, started to glow and expanded, taking the shape of a golden cage with its door open. Tonari threw Fu inside, and the door closed on its own with a loud clang. That should be enough. Now, Hinata-hime, I'd hate to force you into a cage like a mere animal, but I will if you don't dash. Hey, dumbass. Tonari didn't turn around, as his Tensagan already saw the newcomer from a distance. Said newcomer must have known this, hence why he didn't bother with a sneak attack. I'm the only one allowed to call Hinata princess, you got that? Naruto snarled in fury. Naruto-kun. Hinata squeaked in joy. You've done a good job here, Hime. Let me finish this, Naruto praised his girlfriend. Hinata tried to protest, but Naruto spoke before she could. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Trust me, this guy doesn't know what's coming. Come on, go and find your sister a safe place to rest. I'll take care of both Fu and this creep. Reluctantly, Hinata nodded, and did as she was told. Tonari felt the need to stop her, but he knew he couldn't do that unless he got rid of Naruto first. Oh well, Hinata could wait. After all, the main obstacle to his princess affections was standing in front of him. Ah, Naruto Uzumaki. While I never welcome your presence, in this case I will, Tonari said, turning around, and waving at the captive Fu with one hand. As you can see, I already captured one of the Jinchuriki. So polite of you to both saving me the effort of having to track you and giving me the pleasure of ending you myself. Yeah, like hell that's gonna happen, Naruto seethed, making a single clone. While Naruto powered up a Rasengan, said clone started to pour wind chakra into it. Ah, that jutsu of yours. I remember it, Tonari said, as his 3 remaining truth-seeking balls floated in front of him. Back in our earlier clash, I didn't have the means to counter it, but things have changed now. Oh, you don't have the means to counter it, you just haven't realized it, Naruto said, as he raised the shuriken of wind chakra above his head, the clone disappearing once his work was done. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Naruto threw the wind shuriken forward, which flew towards Tonari, making a loud, whirring sound in its wake. Like I said, useless, Tonari boredly said, as he merged 2 of his 3 black orbs into a large shield that covered him completely, and smirked. I know what you're planning. You want me to focus my attention on this attack while you ambush me from another side. However, you are the one who's going to be ambushed, the Otsutsuki thought as he discreetly moved his remaining orb to his back. The Rasen Shuriken hit the barrier, and Tonari expected the real attack to happen at any moment. But said attack never came. Crack. What? And much to his shock, the barrier started to break. What? No. Tonari cried, as seeing how the crack expanded more and more. No, not again. This can't be possible. The truth-seeking balls shouldn't be able to be pierced by mere ninjutsu. What kind of trickery is this? Katsuyu-san was right, Fyokazaku said, still clung to Naruto's back. Senjutsu is key to beat those things. The barrier was shattered completely, just as the Rasen Shuriken exploded in a dome of chakra and razor wind currents. Tonari tried to fly away, but he was caught in the explosion. Would Tonari get caught inside that explosion, he would have been done for. Even then, if the explosion only hit him when it expanded, it made a number on him. The powerful wind shredded his clothes and left several deep cuts in his body, while violently hurling him into the sky. Tonari let out a scream before he disappeared into the vast blue yonder. To confirm Naruto's victory over Tonari, the golden cage holding Fu quickly vanished, dropping the harm Jinchuriki to the floor. Ouch. Fu. Naruto said, rushing towards her. Are you alright? I'll survive, the green-haired girl said, making a weak smile. Though I don't think I can keep fighting if I don't see a medic first. Hinata could patch you up in an instant, Naruto confidently said, as he helped his fellow Jinchuriki back on her feet. Come on, let's find her, she shouldn't be too far away. Let's hope, Fu said, as she rested her body on Naruto's to help herself walk. Good job with that weirdo. Too bad you didn't finish him for good. Don't worry, I'll get him next time, Naruto said with a confident grin. However, he raised a valid point, Fu replied. Truth-seeking balls nullify all ninjutsu. How were you able to bypass that? Senjutsu, was Naruto's answer. Fukazaku nodded. Hagana was also able to break his defense when they fought during the mission to rescue Rashi. He wasn't sure how he did it, but he thought it had to be the nature energy his bloodline limit allows him to gather freely. And turns out he was actually right. Heh, that kid might not have Kaida's raw power, but he's far smarter than she and I together. Fu nodded, and smiled as well. That's good to know. Besides, once we finish our sage training, we won't have to rely on you the next time that guy, Naruto. Fu asked, noticing the blonde had turned pale and his eyes widened. Are you okay? I don't know. Naruto said. I feel something, terribly wrong. The two of them a massive burst of smoke many streets away. But it was what came out of the smoke what left him speechless. As the same time as Hinata, Hanabi, and Fu fought against Tonari, Kakashi's animal squad plus Rin were fighting against Obito Uchiha. Or better said, Kakashi and Obito fought while Rin healed Kiba and Tamaki. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Obito breathed a massive fireball aimed at Kakashi, lined in a way with Rin, Tamaki, and Kiba, so Kakashi wouldn't be able to dodge unless he wanted his students to die. Obito was confident Rin could survive that blast. Kakashi got the hint, and his hands blurred through hand seals before slamming his palm into the ground. Earth release, Earth-style wall. The copy ninja erected a rock barrier between himself and Obito. The fireball crashed against the wall, creating an explosion that cracked the barrier and blew a few chunks of it, but overall was unable to take it down. Kakashi's Sharingan caught some flicker of movement coming from the resulting cloud of ash and dust, and his hand crackled with electricity. Lightning blade. Kakashi's electrified hand thrust towards the cloud of smoke coming from the right side, just in time as a surprised Obito emerged from it. Kakashi's attack pierced the Uchiha's heart. But the Uchiha merely smirked before disappearing in a poof of smoke, revealing itself to be a clone. A clone. Damn it! Kakashi cursed under his breath as he turned around. Too late! Obito shouted, as he gleefully thrust his own katana into Kakashi's body. The silver-haired Jonin grabbed the blade of the katana with his gloved hand in order to stop it. Blood started to seep from his palm as a wave of pain coursed through his hand, but it was a small sacrifice to pay in order to avoid a worse injury. Kakashi generated electricity from said hand, shocking Obito, and forcing him to drop the sword, which his opponent grabbed with his other hand. Not bad, Kakashi, Obito admitted, as he started to make hand seals. But can you stand before this? Wood release, Great Spear Tree. The ground started to shake as wooden roots emerged from the ground, and lunged at Kakashi tried to impale him with their sharp and pointy ends. Kakashi, however, wasn't intimidated, and gripping the stolen katana in one hand, and channeling lightning chakra into the other, he started to move as fast as possible, cutting down the razor roots as soon as they emerged, while moving towards Obito. You killed Sensei, Obito, Kakashi coldly said, as he continued mowing down the growing roots. Him and Kushina-san. Why? How could you become so rotten as to cause the death of a man that was like the father you never had, among countless others? Don't get all sentimental on me, Kakashi. Sensei was a powerful ninja, but a failure of a teacher and protector, Obito seethed, as he summoned a Fuma Shuriken from a ceiling scroll. He lost not one but two students. I don't mind that he wasn't there to help me, but I can't forgive him for letting Rin be captured to begin with. Don't blame Sensei for other people's failures. Kakashi shouted, as he closed the gap with his former friend. And he proved me true once again when he failed to protect his wife and son from me. Obito said, tossing the shuriken at Kakashi, before his hands flew through hand seals. Fire release, Flaming Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. The Fuma Shuriken was covered in a coat of flames, before a dozen or so other identical flaming starts appeared before the original, all flying at Kakashi. The silver-haired ninja tossed the katana away, as he weaved seals as fast as his hands allowed him. Water release, Water Wall. Kakashi expelled a massive stream of water from his mouth which weirdly enough, bypassed his mask without breaking it, stopping the shuriken and putting the fire out. Or at least, most of them, as some others flew past him, and headed towards Kiba, Tamaki, and Rin. Guys, watch out! Kakashi warned. But when turned around, he saw that his students and other teammate were not there anymore, much to his relief, and a little confusion. Wood release, wood dragon jutsu. The ground started to shake again, and from under Obito's feet, a serpentine dragon made of wood emerged, its jaws wide open trying to bite the Akatsuki. Obito jumped backwards, just as he turned around, and grabbed Tamaki by the wrists before the cat Kunoichi could slash him with his claw. "You can't catch me off guard, you should know that by now," Obito told the brown-haired girl. Tamaki, however, smirked. "Think so?" Obito then realized that Tamaki was holding something in one of her hands, before opening it and letting it fall. He knew what it was, but it was too late to do anything about it. The moment the flash grenades touched the ground, they exploded, engulfing the entire area in a bright white light. "Ah! My eyes!" Obito screamed, as he pushed Tamaki away. "Kiba, now!" Tamaki called. Both Kiba and Tamaki kept their eyes closed and relied exclusively on their enhanced sense of smell in order to track the Akatsuki. The Inyazuka clan heir moved first, as he ran towards Obito, his feet burning with blue light of chakra. Crescent moon kick. Upon reaching close combat range, Kiba made an impressive backflip, hitting Obito's chin with his feet, creating an arc of chakra, and sending the Akatsuki flying upwards. "Your turn, Tamaki," Kiba said, as he put his hands together. Tamaki jumped into Kiba's hands, and the werewolf gave the cat Kunoichi a mighty heave upwards. With such force, Tamaki easily surpassed Obito's altitude. Once she was high enough, she prepared her move. "Here I come," Tamaki said, as her whole body started to flare blue with chakra. Feline aerial bomber. As she fell towards Obito, Tamaki smashed her posterior into Obito's face, making a cracking noise as the hit shattered forehead protector. Obito fell to the ground, while Tamaki landed gracefully on all fours. "Good job, guys." Rin praised the duo. "Thanks," Kiba said, giving her a friendly smirk which in his current form was more of a terrifying snarl, before turning at Obito. "Not so thought without your Kamui, are you?" Despite the brutal combo he was victim of, Hashirama's regeneration soon kicked in, and Obito's injuries started to heal, allowing the former Konoha ninja to stand back on his feet. He shot his enemies a look of hatred. Rin gasped a little when he saw the other side of his face. "You were right, Kakashi-sensei," Tamaki said. "He had a Byakugan all along." "No wonder there was no way we could catch him off guard," Kiba agreed. "Good thing he didn't notice the flash grenades, and the fact that we don't need our eyes to orient ourselves." "Congratulations, you managed to land a few good hits," Obito said, as he wiped some blood from his mouth, and smeared it on his palm. He started to make 5 hand seals that all of them recognized, but only Rin could see their magnitude. "Let's see if your little tricks can stand against this." Rin panicked, and rushed forward. "Quickly, stop him before dash." Summoning jutsu. Obito slammed his palm against the ground, producing a massive burst of smoke, followed by an incredibly strong wind, forcing the Konoha ninjas to fall back a few meters. The smoke took no time to dispel, revealing what Obito had summoned. Kakashi, Tamaki, and Kiba looked in horror, while Rin had a look of worry in her face. A giant fox with maroon fur and 9 tails. 16 years ago, I released the 9 tails in order to destroy Konoha. Today, he will finish the job. Obito shouted, while standing on top of the 9 tails head. "Now, kill them." The 9 tails Sharingan eyes focused on the Konoha ninjas below, and raised one of its massive paws in order to smash them into pulp. Check the description for the links to the author.